Hey everyone, welcome to another stream. Tonight we're going to be playing some Sega Saturn. Haven't done this on YouTube in quite a bit, actually. Either Saturn or PlayStation. Stuff from this era is just kind of a pain to capture unless you've got the right upscaler because of all the resolution switching that ends up happening. Can be really screwy with my capture card, and so a lot of times I just don't feel like even dealing with these platforms. But I actually got the RetroTink 5X probably about a month and a half ago, upgraded from my old XRGB Mini FrameMeister, and so no more resolution switching issues. It's pretty much instantaneous, no issues with my capture card as a result, and what that means is we can do more PlayStation and Saturn stuff. So this is actually my first YouTube stream with the Tink 5X, so we're going to put it through its paces tonight with some good old Sega Saturn. But yeah, we're going to start off with Akumajo Dracula X, Nocturne in the Moonlight, aka Castlevania Symphony of the Night for the Sega Saturn. Only came out in Japan. And I'm actually not going to play the regular campaign. What I figured I would do to mix things up is try to play with Richter. You try to beat the game with just Richter. There's like no permanent upgrades or anything like that. You just try to go straight to Dracula and finish the game, and it's actually pretty challenging. So we're gonna start off with that. Should be fun. A few weeks ago on Twitch, I was actually playing as Maria, who's also a character in this, and that was a lot of fun too. So, but yeah, that'll be a fun way to kick things off, I think. So tonight's gonna be a variety of games. I don't have anything planned at all. Nothing specific in mind, and so we're just gonna sort of wing it as we usually do on these variety streams. So, but yeah, Sega Saturn. I see VGAs out there. I see Gwyn. I see Butch Weems. Welcome back, Butch. I see Bunu. Welcome back, Bunu. I see Jason. Welcome back, and Stevo, and the great Freddie Voorhees. Welcome back, Freddie. He says, "What a horrible night to have a stream." Yeah, it is weird actually starting off with a Castlevania game, because like when I play Castlevania music on the intro like this, like I feel like people probably get the idea that it's just gonna be a Castlevania stream, but it's not. We're gonna do a bunch of stuff. I do a lot of Castlevania on my channel, by the way. It's like Castlevania and Doom are like my most covered games on this channel. So whenever you hear Castlevania music, you think it's just gonna be a Castlevania stream, but no, it's a Sega Saturn stream, starting with Castlevania. Two great things, Castlevania and Sega Saturn. Yeah, man, this should be fun. I haven't actually done a lot of Saturn recently, so yeah, looking forward to playing some Saturn games. Saturn is a great console. I actually grew up with this system. It was my primary next-gen console during this era. So you had the PlayStation, the Saturn, and the Nintendo 64. And to a lesser extent, the 3DO and the Jaguar, but the Saturn was my main next-gen console from that time period. Eventually got a 64 and eventually got a PlayStation, but this was like my baby. This was like my main system. So I played a lot of its library that was released in the United States, and then around 98 or so, I started learning how to import games. This was actually my very first import game, so I have a major soft spot for this, even though I know it's not perfect. It's not as good as the PlayStation version, but it's still a great game, and you know, I wouldn't have had it any other way back in the day. So it was a great introduction to importing games, and then I got Radiant Silvergun after that, and then, you know, the rest is history, basically. So yeah, a lot of experience with the Saturn when it was actually current. It was my main system back then, and it's always great to go back to it. So, but yeah, let's go ahead and hit exit here. For anyone wondering, actually, there is a sound test menu in the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night, and it's got a bunch of remixes that you don't have in the PlayStation version, which is actually pretty cool. Some classic Castlevania remixes, and some of these actually play when you're playing as Richter or Maria, so that's actually pretty sweet too. So, Liberal Arts Guy, welcome back. He says, "Killing Time is being remastered, OMG." Yeah, it is, actually. I saw the trailer for that yesterday. It looks pretty cool. I might buy that when it comes out. Butch says, "Are you gonna do Lunacy again sometime? I missed the City of Moons." No, Lunacy is a one and done. I don't think I'll ever play that on here again. Yeah, I don't really see a need to. People can just watch that old stream archive. But I do have an old Saturn stream archive where I just fired up Lunacy randomly. We ended up going through the entire game. So it was like the second half of the stream. So yeah. Oh man, let's see. I'm just looking at chat right now. All right. So let's go ahead and hit exit, jump into the game. Alright, so what we're going to do is just start a brand new game. It doesn't really matter what your name is. So in the PlayStation version, you have to actually type in Richter after you've beaten the game in order to be able to play as Richter. But in this one, both him and Maria are available right out of the gate. And Maria is only in the Saturn version, which is interesting. So she was brought back in the PSP game, but I think they gave her a different moveset and look, so it's not the same Maria, gameplay-wise, that's in the PSP one, so another reason to mess around with the Saturn version here and there. Alright, we're gonna do Richter. Lower Arts Guy says, The Thing is getting remastered as well. You are absolutely right, yeah. Yeah, I saw that too. There was actually a lot of announcements over the last couple of days. There must be some kind of, like, video game conference going on right now that I'm not even paying attention to. I don't pay attention to a lot of that stuff anymore. But when I see, like, my Twitter feed blow up with announcements, I'm like, oh, God, yeah, there's gotta be something going on. Alright, let me get used to my controls. So down, up, and jump. Lets me do this. Up, and then quarter circle forward, attack. Does that. Can I smash the ground? I don't remember if I can do that. Okay, I guess I can. I'm thinking of, like, I think there's some DS Castlevanias where you can do something like that. Yeah, so you can double tap forward and run. Down and attack. Does this. Do it twice, and you go all the way across the screen. Alright, and that's basically it. Oh, that's right. Enemies hit like tanks with Richter. So this is basically like a little more of a traditional Castlevania experience, except you're in the Symphony of the Night Castle. It's the same non-linear structure. It's not possible to get everywhere with Richter. There are some things that you can't do, like go to the long spiked hallway in the chapel. There's no leveling up, no nothing like that. You do want to get as many hearts as you can, though, because you do, your sub-weapons do deplete hearts. I've never, I haven't really played this seriously since the 90s, like the Richter mode. Funny enough, when I first got this game back in the day, I didn't know that Richter and Maria were kind of like bonus characters. They're not like the main focus of the game. And so I picked Richter to start because I'm like a big Castlevania fan. I'm like, I don't want to play as Alucard, I want to play as Richter. Oops, pressed the wrong button. And I ended up playing as Richter, not realizing you're not really supposed to play as Richter, at least not on a first playthrough. It's probably why he's an unlockable in the original PlayStation version. But in this one, no, he's just there right out of the gate, and if you don't know any better, you're gonna pick him, and you're gonna be in for a really rough time. Because the castle's designed around Alucard's gameplay style. It's not designed around Richter. And so when this game first came out, I actually didn't really like it that much, because I was like, man, what is... This feels weird. It's like this big castle. It's hard, because Richter dies so quickly. And, yeah, it wasn't until, like... It wasn't until, like, I decided to try Alucard. Probably after a week of playing this game, honestly. Like, I probably played it with Richter for, like, a week straight. I finally tried Alucard, and then it clicked. It was like, oh, I see what's going on here. VGA, I think I might actually have Bulk Slash on here. I think I might even have the translated version, but yeah, one of my friends over on Twitch, Aquas, he plays that game a lot. I've seen him play it quite a bit. I think I dabbled with it once and didn't quite understand it, but it's one of those ones I'd probably like to try to get into eventually. What's cool with Richter is I can get this stuff early. So we're going to go ahead and do the axe. Actually, is the cross a standard cross? It is a standard cross. Okay. I'm trying to debate whether I want to use the axe or the cross. I'm going to actually try the cross. Okay, it only uses 1 heart. That's good. But yeah, the permanent upgrades you'd get with Alucard, they don't really do much with Richter. I think if you get the heart upgrade, it gives you like 20 hearts with Richter or something like that. I think the same thing with Maria. But yeah, no permanent upgrades, unfortunately, and that's what makes this pretty difficult, actually. Like, that's gonna be a health. Just gives me my health back, that's it. So basically grabbing secrets doesn't mean a whole lot. Oh, he caps out at 99 hearts. I want to say Maria might get more than 99? I don't remember. That's interesting, actually. Okay. So some boss fights, you're going to really have a very limited amount of hearts. Hey, 90s Gaming Guy, welcome back. Hey, I see Zotmeister out there. I didn't even see your chat until now. Welcome back, Zotmeister. SOT-Ngasm. On the Sega Saturn. I think I could just go ahead and access this right away. Yeah. I probably should, like... I was gonna say try to fight some bosses, but... it doesn't really matter. You kind of just want to get right to the end as fast as possible. So we'll go up this way. We'll go to the chapel. Soundmeister says, I'm still annoyed that the Xbox Live Arcade port was based off the PS1 version instead of this one. I want to play as Maria, damn it. I'm glad they did the PS1 version in that case because, you know, the Saturn version has a lot of issues. Lots of slowdown and stuff like that. Weird dithering because of how the video display processors were used, yada yada yada. We all know the story. But there is some nice extra content in this version, and it's one reason why I still have a major soft spot for it, despite some of its deficiencies. You know, you do get Maria, you get Richter right out of the gate, you don't have to unlock him. It's got a bunch of new music, and it's got a couple of new areas, which are... I think the new areas are pretty cool, actually. I really like them. Oops, I keep pressing the wrong button when I do that attack. Yeah, down, up, and jump does this, and it does hurt enemies if they're above you. Jason, you are correct. This version has 2 extra areas. And they're not very long areas. They're actually quite short, unfortunately. But they are cool areas. I like them. And if you're playing as Alucard, the dungeon area... I mean, hell, even the underground garden, which you can unlock almost right away. It only takes a few minutes to get it unlocked. You can go down there and go down there early, and it's great experience building. So there's basically like more ways to level up faster in this version of the game. Like that dungeon, it's especially like enemies are pretty easy to kill, and they give crazy experience. So, I mean, in a way, you could probably argue that sort of breaks the game or makes it unbalanced. I don't know which one I want to use. I'll stick with the cross. So, just keep in mind, this is my first video game I've played all day. And I actually worked all day as well, so a little bit on the tired side of things, but we'll just kind of see how things go tonight. This is the start of my weekend, though. Hey, you're not supposed to turn around on me. Man, that's really powerful, actually. Nice. It is interesting fighting these bosses with someone like Richter, because Alucard is very overpowered compared to like a majority of the bosses in this game. Hey, Dustin, welcome back, and hey, 8-Bit SNK Boy, welcome back as well. Good to see you guys. Yeah, it is very easy to die in this version with Richter. I mean, even the PlayStation version does. You know, Richter and Maria, they both have very little health pulls. Like when you take a hit, it's like a quarter of your health bar. So very, very dangerous, or very, very easy to die. I mean, enemies are very dangerous. Actually, I can fight this boss too. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to save it just in case. Again, the bosses are much more dangerous with Richter. I could go throughout the whole castle and try to kill every boss, but I know that could be pretty time-consuming, having to go through all the areas. Hey, gotcha, and welcome back. SNK Boy says, I've only ever played the Saturn version of this game. Interesting. I know it's got issues, but it never bothered you. I think my capture just messed up. Yeah, my, I have a retro-access RGB cable for the Saturn, and it seems a little iffy. Like, the connector to the Saturn itself seems iffy. Yeah, it's already happened to me once tonight before I even started streaming, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on that as the stream progresses. SK Boy says, I never had a PlayStation back in the day. Oh, man. I gotta say, SNK Boy, you missed out. PlayStation, I know it was the most popular thing back then, but it was a phenomenal console as well. Like, I don't think I'd be able to live without the PlayStation or Saturn. But that is very interesting to hear that someone basically only primed a Saturn back then and started importing as well. That's really cool, actually. I got a PlayStation, probably a year after I got the Saturn. I just got the urge to get the PlayStation, and I saved up money. I did yard sales and stuff, and basically paid for it myself before I got a job. Before I got my first job, actually. But the importing of Saturn games eventually carried over into the importing of PlayStation games as well. Let me actually do this holy water, because then I can use the Hydro Storm. Okay, there we go. You have to press up there. It's a little fickle. Okay, Freddy. I gotta say something, man. I know you just wrote, like, I never had an Xbox until 2020. It's like, Freddy, you're like the baby in the room. Like, you don't count. Were you even alive in 2000 when the Xbox was around? All of us other folks, we're all old. We're all old and decrepit. So, when we say we didn't get this and that until this, it's like, we were there when these came out. We weren't discovering these, or becoming aware of them, you know, well after their prime. I'm just giving you crap, Freddy. Lost Muppet, you are correct. I actually have one of the improvement, one of the improvement hacks. I don't have the latest one though. I need to get it and put it on my drive emulator. Hey, Dasan, what's going on, man? At work, but it's 1:30 a.m. and it's dead, so you can watch some. Heck yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, you're old too, Dasan. You were around when this stuff was brand new. You're only 2.5 years younger than me. You were an 80s baby. If you were an 80s baby, even if it was like 89, you are still officially old. You remember when tube TVs were a thing, telephones, as in the wired ones, probably with the squiggly cables. Maybe even like some rotary phones were still kicking around in 1989. You were old, if you remember that stuff. Wow. Okay. There we go. That's how I use it. Wow, that is overpowered. Holy crap. Yes, it had squiggly cables and my parents had a rotary phone. Nice. Oh, nice, SNK boy. Hell yeah. So you did play a lot of PlayStation back in the day, you just didn't own one. You had access to one. That's cool. And yeah, the PlayStation 2's backwards compatibility was fantastic. Like, that was a great way to play PS1 games. I still primarily play PS1 on my PS2. Instead of using my actual PS1 consoles. It's just so convenient, because I'll just bounce back and forth between PS1 and PS2 in the same session. Banu says, I'm so old, my very first video game was on a tape cassette. Nice. Yeah, I remember floppy disks too. I didn't have tapes because I didn't get a computer until... well, it doesn't really matter until... whatever, I can't even talk right now, but... the first computer we got was MS-DOS machine, IBM PC compatible. So, floppy drives were the standard. We had a 5 1/4 floppy drive, and then eventually got a... With the next computer, we had a 3.5 inch drive. And a CD drive at that time. And my dad actually bought a zip drive, because he had to transfer stuff between work, and by then, regular floppy disks weren't cutting it anymore. So we're gonna go to the middle of the castle. I don't remember if I have to actually, like, fight some of the, like... When you're playing as Alucard, you have to collect Dracula's body parts, kind of like in Castlevania 2. And, are you serious? So, there are some mandatory bosses when you're playing as Alucard. But with Richter, I don't remember if they are mandatory at all. Oh god, are you serious? That is annoying. Holy crap. Yeah, you can kind of see, like, the difficulty spike with Richter. It's... You know, I should probably use this more often. I want to get outside. This is... I'm going to be a little bit safer. Dasan says, my friends had Commodore 64s with tapes, yeah. That was, really common over there, overseas in Europe. Europe and the UK in general, it's, you know, those computers are so popular over there. In the United States, they definitely were a thing, and, I think in certain circles were popular enough, but I don't think they did the same kind of sales numbers that they did over in Europe, overseas. And I think by the late 80s, like, IBM PC compatibles had really, like, taken over the computer space. I think, I want to say a big part of that was because, you know, IBM PC compatibles were kind of like the preferred machines in, like, professional work scenarios. Macs were actually, you know, fairly big at the time as well. Especially, I mean, in schools in particular. Like, we had, in my area, we had all Apple products for schools until I was in high school. Like, we had Apple IIs, and then we ended up getting Macs. And then when I got to high school, everyone had switched to IBM PC compatibles and was on, you know, Windows by that point. Windows 95. 95 and then 98. Alright, I think this is the library. I don't actually need to be here. But, actually, you know, this is probably a really bad idea. There's some really dangerous enemies here. Dasan says, I got a PC in about 1996 and it blew his mind. Yeah, so I had a IBM PC compatible in the late 80s my dad got for work. It had a 286 processor. It was not very good. It had a 16-color graphics card, so when stuff like Wolfenstein came out, I couldn't play it. So it was very limited as to, like, what it could do. We'll go ahead and... You know, let me actually take this route. What I want to do is save it first, because, I mean, everything hits like a tank with Richter. Speaking of which, there we go. I wonder if they reduced, like, the enemy health with Richter. I feel like some things are dying pretty quickly. But yeah, when we upgraded to a new machine, a Pentium, from that 286, like, I had the same kind of experience to Song, where I was just, like, blown away by it. My dad wasn't all that impressed. Like, just even the Windows 95 logo, I was like, whoa, that looks so nice! Because, like, we never had more than 16 colors on the old computer. you know, my dad saw it every day at work, but for me, it was like the first time I ever saw it. I was impressed. Okay, that feels like cheating. Yeah, and we had a Sound Blaster AWE32, so that was also a huge jump from PC speaker. Oh, hey, Office, I didn't see you out there. Welcome back. Office Dullard, one of the few, the proud, the Dark Soul Watcher. Dark Souls Watcher. Thanks to the handful of people that stuck it out in that Dark Souls 3 stream with me this past week. That was like 15 hours crammed into just a few days. I think even more than 15 hours of streaming. Killing these enemies is kind of unnecessary. Just run and jump over everything. Alright, so what I'm going to do is try to go to the middle of the castle. That is where the end of the game normally would be. And we're going to find out if I can access Dracula right now. Also, these things are really dangerous. I got you booting up Dark Souls 3 the other night. Hell yeah, that's awesome. Ow. Ow, they're not nearly as dangerous against Richter. That's really interesting. I would have expected them to do just a ton of damage. Okay, I want the holy water because it's crazy powerful. Dude, that skeleton did more damage than the chompers. Weird. That's an interesting balance change. Because they are stupid dangerous with Alucard. Oh, that's not good. Oh, okay. Okay, now it's gonna let me go straight to Dracula. Interesting. Alright, I need to go back down and save it. You know, I don't even know if I beat this with Richter back in the day. There's a good chance I didn't. I vaguely remember getting to Galamoth with him, and I think I might have just given up, because that is just like a... I mean, it's a hard fight to begin with, even with Alucard. And then even with Alucard's exploits. But when you're doing it with Richter and you die in just a few hits, and you've got no health refills, that you can use manually. It's... Yeah, I feel like I got there and I just gave up. And then that's when I eventually played as Alucard. Iframes, please. So I've got about 2 hits. Am I gonna even fight Dracula? Oh! Wow, so there is no Dracula fight with Richter. I did not know that. I definitely did not beat this with Richter back in the day, so that's very interesting. Shaft didn't get to resurrect Dracula. Time paradox. Richter's like, it feels lonely out here. Okay, no, we're not listening to that. All right, that was something interesting. Very cool. Yeah, that's the first time I've done that, actually. That Hydro Storm is like crazy powerful, though. Crazy, crazy powerful. All right. So I have to play this because we basically always do. Whenever I do a Saturn stream. Because I think it's one of the best games on the system. Now, despite it being one of the best games in the system, I am not very good at it. I used to be okay at it, but since I don't play it all the time anymore, I have lost my touch. Whatever touch there was.
Sega Rally Championship.
This is the Plus version. This got re-released, or released in Japan. And I think the Netlink edition of Sega Rally basically included the Plus version. We'll go with the 3 laps mode. Actually, you know what we'll do? We'll do 1 lap mode, and then we'll do 3 laps. Off this, yeah, there's actually a bunch of rally games on the original Xbox, like Rally Sport Challenge 1 and 2. I know those were actually pretty popular on Xbox. The Colin McRae games, I think there might be 3 of those on Xbox, like 03, 04, maybe even 05. And then, yeah, you mentioned V-Rally. Yeah, I think there might have been V-Rally games on Xbox. I don't remember. Xbox was a great driving game platform, actually. There were so many driving games. I mean, you had Outrun 2, you had the Forza games. one of my buddies had like I think it was a Mercedes driving game. Completely forgot what it was called, but I remember the title, but I like the cover art, but I don't remember the actual name itself. Yeah, Sega GT on Xbox. Yep. Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, go. Easy right.
So Sega Rally is on default settings, it's just a point A to point B driving game. And the idea is to try to get, I think,
Long, medium right. Checkpoint.
I don't remember if it's just top 3. I think if you get top 3, you get the 4th course. But it's a very short experience. There's 3 main courses, and then if you place high enough, you get the 4th course. And the idea is to try to finish first total. And it's really hard doing that because of how the AI is set up and how difficult shaving seconds off your time is. You know, just bumping into the walls just the slightest bit can, like, ruin a run. But because it's such a short run, like, you just want to do it again and again and again and just get better and better and better. And, you know, once you start consistently unlocking stage 4, you're like, you feel like you're a badass because, God, man, it took me like 20 years to be able to do that. You know, I played this back in the 90s and
3, 2,
didn't have it in me to even get to stage 4. Hey, Cool and Unusual Games, welcome back, man.
very long, easy right. Long, easy right, maybe. Very long, easy left.
So you obviously want to try to whip around the corners as fast as possible and not slow down. But there are points where you have to, you know, brake a little bit. So you're trying to find that balance of, like, braking, drifting, maintaining speed while not smashing into walls or other vehicles. So, like, I just bumped into a couple walls there and I ran into that car a couple times, so that's slowed me down quite a bit. And these hairpin turns are really tough to deal with as well.
Okay, left.
See with these 90-degree turns.
Easy right, easy left.
But yeah, your co-driver is
Long, medium right.
always telling you, like, the type of turn that's coming up. And so based on the turn, like a blue turn, you can usually go in at full speed. Yellow turns, it's harder to do that. It's more likely that you'll have to brake at least a little bit. And then the red turns, it's like you basically have to brake no matter what, or otherwise you'll 100% slam into the wall.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, this is our last course unless we manage to rank high enough.
Easy left.
You know, you might have to actually get first on this one. But it's been a while since I've qualified stage 4, I just don't remember.
Checkpoint. Okay, left.
And at this rate, we're not gonna get it.
Long, easy left.
We're 6th out of 15th, and
Caution, hairpin right.
this turn is probably the hardest turn in the whole game for me. I always mess it up.
Checkpoint.
But some of these yellow turns, you don't have to actually brake, you just have to let go of gas as you go around them. That's usually enough. And this one, you can just kind of go in full speed.
Medium left. Medium right. Checkpoint.
When you get into a groove with this game, it's really satisfying. Like, the sense of speed is actually really good.
Caution, okay, left.
Like, we're gonna finish, but we are... Man, how am I still 5th yet we're gonna finish? That is so weird. Usually, if you're 5th, like, you're not even gonna get to the finish line. You're gonna run out of time. I mean, just finishing alone the first 3 tracks is... I mean, that's an accomplishment, because I don't even know if I ever really did that back in the day, actually finishing the 3rd course. But you have to rank high enough on the 3rd course to go to course number 4. Office says, this game is suddenly making me reminisce about Demolition Derby on N64, or was it Destruction Derby? I don't remember if there was a Destruction Derby 64. Someone can, like, validate that, let me know. But there was Destruction Derby on PlayStation, and they actually made a Saturn version of that in Japan. Alright, so we'll put it on 3 laps now. 1 lap, again, is the standard. Do time compare on. Now this does have a standard third-person view, but I find that it's easier to control with the first person. Shred says there was Destruction Derby 64.
3, 2, 1, go! Easy right. Easy left. Easy right. Over jump. Easy right. Long medium right. Checkpoint. Easy right. Over jump. Easy left. Easy left. Easy right. Very long easy right, baby.
So how this game is kind of set up is, you know, if you go at a certain speed, like, you're gonna hit or you're gonna pass your opponent cars at basically the same point every time you play the game. It's almost like they're scripted in a way.
Over jump.
And if you play the 3-lap mode, they're gonna be spread much farther apart. Same kind of thing, you're gonna pass like that blue card around that same time if you're at, you know, roughly the same pacing, and that's really bad. I had to slow down way too much.
Over jump.
So 3-lap mode, I don't know if it really makes things easier.
Easy left. Easy left. Easy right.
Because the opponent cars are just spaced out like even more. You still have to race like perfectly every lap. But one thing I like about the 3-lap mode, you actually get to hear farther into the music. Because these music tracks it's actually Red Book audio. You can pop it into your CD player and rip them as MP3s or listen to them in a CD player. And some of these tracks are pretty good.
Over jump.
I'd actually say some of the tracks are really good if you like that classic Sega 90s butt rock.
Long medium right. Checkpoint.
Like, some of these tracks have some pretty good guitar shredding, actually.
Over jump. Easy left. Easy left. Easy right. Very long easy right, baby. Finish!
Office says there was a NASCAR game we'd play on PC, but instead of racing, we'd go backwards and cause huge wrecks. I miss when, like, driving games would allow you to do that.
Very long easy right.
There are driving games that eventually just, you'd try to go backwards and they'd be like, nope, and they'd force you ahead.
Long easy
It's like, that's annoying. Like, going back and trying to just cause, like, wreak havoc is fun.
Easy left.
Or driving in reverse and seeing how long you could last without, like, running into somebody. Because, like, they come flying at you like crazy when you're going against the traffic.
Long medium right. Caution, hairpin right. Checkpoint.
seemed like a good turn.
Okay, left. Medium right.
Also, when you're playing this, you don't want to touch like any of the off-course grass. That does slow you down. Like, again, you've just got to race perfectly. When you've got this tarmac, you want to just stay on the blue stuff. You don't want to touch the green. That's how a lot of like Sega arcade racers were. Like, just touching the slightest thing off the course will lower your top speed that you've got,
Very long easy
or
right.
lower your current speed. And that's enough to hold you back from winning.
Long easy right, maybe. Very long easy left. Checkpoint. Medium left. Medium left, maybe. Long medium right. Caution, hairpin right. Checkpoint. Okay, left.
Alright, so we're in 6th. We have a chance of potentially getting a little bit higher.
Easy right, easy left.
I mean, I think I was 6th going into course number 3 last time, but we were on the 1-lap mode.
Easy right.
But I don't see anybody else.
Checkpoint. Very long easy right. Long easy right, maybe. Very long easy left. Checkpoint. Medium left.
There's another one. Something I wanted to mention is that, like, I'm using just a standard Saturn pad right now, Model 2 pad,
Long medium right.
which is one of my favorite 2D controllers of all time. But Sega Rally and Saturn, even the original version, supports a lot of analog devices. Like the original Saturn steering wheel. It does actually support the analog 3D control pad,
Easy right, easy left.
which is interesting. And,
Long medium right.
yeah, it's pretty cool. The D-pad support, though, they just managed to get the steering just right. And even though, like, this was an analog steering game in the arcade, just the controls feel so good in this game on Saturn. Cool and Unusual Games says, yeah, I remember around 2000 you can get a ton of Saturn games for $5 complete. Dude, you can get brand new sealed games for like $2 in 2000 and 2001.
Go. Easy left.
God, I forgot what they were called. It might have been like Classic Video Game Source. At least that was their eBay name after a while. I don't remember if that was their original name. But they had a website, and you could order directly from them. They were basically like a wholesaler. A reseller and a wholesaler. And they had stuff like Virtua Racing, brand new sealed for like $2. It was crazy. My friends and I snapped up a ton of games from them. A lot of really common stuff, or not even necessarily common stuff these days, because Saturn sold so poorly in North America. There was some decent stuff in there that was like ridiculously cheap. And so we built up our Saturn collections like crazy, really, really fast through places like that. Plus, other stores a couple years prior, places like Best Buy had gotten rid of all their Saturn stuff, liquidating, new games that were only out for like not even a year for like $10 a pop. This is when like you could still buy the consoles in the stores. Sega was still supporting the console. But yeah, post-Saturn, yeah, some online sources just had crazy-ass deals. It was crazy. Very fun time to be a Saturn gamer.
right.
I hate this turn.
Long, medium left.
Gotta figure out how to do that turn. Alright, well, I don't think we're gonna qualify course number 4.
Easy left, maybe. Medium left. Medium right. Checkpoint. Easy left, maybe. Easy left, maybe. Long, medium right. Caution, K left. Easy left. Checkpoint. Easy left.
Man, at this rate, we might not even hit the finish line.
Easy left. Easy right. Easy left.
Alright, there's another car.
Checkpoint. Stay left. Medium right, maybe.
Yeah, this turn's pretty tough, too. That medium right, maybe?
Caution, hairpin right. Long, medium left. Checkpoint.
Alright, gotta go through this part fast. So just bumped into the wall. And again, that's twice.
Easy left.
That's 3 times.
Left, maybe. Medium left. Medium right. Checkpoint. Easy left, maybe. Easy left.
That's 4 times.
Long, medium right.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Caution.
Well, it's looking like we're gonna finish, but, and it's not first place.
Easy left.
Or even second, for that matter. Here we go. Hey, Eric, welcome to the stream. Glad you enjoy the videos. I really appreciate that. Yeah. I guess you've got to get first if you want to get course number 4. Man, that's a bummer. Freddy says, how long till we get a Sega Saturn Mini? Well, I don't want to say never, because they did do a Genesis Mini 2, which has Sega CD stuff on it, so... I mean, the Saturn, like, didn't sell well in North America, but it sold, I think, somewhat around at least 12 million units worldwide. Which is way more than the Sega CD. But then again, the Sega CD was kind of riding on, you know, the Genesis name. Genesis, the Mega Drive name. So, I don't know, who knows? I don't know if the technology's there yet, though, to do Saturn stuff in such a small form factor without going the FPGA route, like you see with the Mr. FPGA. So, I don't think we'll see a Sega Saturn Mini 2 anytime soon, if it happens, and that's a big if. Cool says, I've only seen the 4th course on easy. Yeah, I've always played this on defaults, and when I did beat the game, getting all 4 courses, it was on the default settings, so normal difficulty. No, Freddy, that's even more complicated, dude. It's even more complicated than the Saturn. Dreamcast is like infinitely more powerful than the Saturn. That'll be even harder to replicate. Mario says, I need to play Sega Rally more. You should play Sega Rally more, Mario. Just do it. Do it now. Hey, FPS Fanatic, welcome back. Man, this looks so nice through the RetroTink 5X. Oh, man. Yeah, so with the Framemeister, every time, like, there'd be a resolution change, Radiant Silvergun uses a high-res title screen. I'd get a signal drop on the capture card, and then a signal drop on the Framemeister itself, and it would take forever. It would take like 5 to 10 seconds to get a picture again, and sometimes it would just lock up my capture card. I'd have to disable it and reactivate it and stuff like that, and it was just a really bad stream experience. But with the Tink 5X, it's just instantaneous. So that is a thing of the past. Silvergun's not really a Danmaku game. I mean, it's got bullet hell elements, but it's kind of like its own thing. And yeah, it gets chaotic towards the end, but it's still pretty manageable by Danmaku standards. And that's, you know, that's really just the end of the game. It's not bullet hell throughout the whole thing. It's not even close. It's actually a little bit more of like a puzzle-oriented shooter with its chain combo system and stuff like that, and leveling up system. Your score is experience in this game, and so you level up as you play, as you score higher. Hey Brian, I played Dracula X, Nocturne in the Moonlight, and then Sega Rally. That's all we've played so far. Yeah, VJ, this did come out on Steam last year, I believe, late last year. Which I haven't bought yet, because I heard it was glitchy in the beginning. It also came out on Switch a couple years ago. I have a live stream of that when it first launched. And you can still get it on Xbox 360 and Xbox One. And thus, Xbox Series X, S, and X. Cool thing about the English versions is that they are in English, which is kind of cool. So, or at least subtitled. I don't remember if it was English voice acting, but we're playing the original on Saturn, which has no English subtitles. Yeah, Treasure used this anime style for a bunch of their games. I really like this style, actually. I'm not like a huge anime guy, but I love Treasure's art style from back then. This, Guardian Heroes, Rakugaki Showtime has the same kind of art style. Zomeister and VGA say the modern versions are subtitles only. Okay, cool. Yep, Mischief Makers have the same art style too. Yeah, or same character design. Basically, this basic story is like they've unearthed this crystal and scientists are studying it, and then it basically just destroys everything. It's like a doomsday weapon. Jason asks, do I think I might play Virtua Fighter? He says Virtual Fighter tonight. I might. It's Virtua Fighter. There's no L. Same with Virtua Racing, and but I don't know, maybe. We'll see. Alright, let's check out the options. I don't know if I have a save file on here. It looks like I don't. So what we're gonna do... game config. It defaults to Saturn mode. Saturn mode makes you play through the entire game. So Silvergun is vertically scrolling shmup. After every level, you get a choice of basically left or right. It's not left or right, but like level 2 or level 4. You can go to a specific level after you finish one, and then you just go down that path. You select, a level at the end of one. And there's only like, God, I wanted to say like 4 or 5 stages, depending on, on arcade mode. But if you play Saturn mode, it's like there's more levels. You go through every level. Instead of just choosing a level, you'll end up just playing both of those choices. And same with the next set of levels, yada, yada, yada. And then there's an extra level in the Saturn mode, which was made just for this version of the game. And then you'll go to the final stage or whatever. So we're just gonna do arcade mode, and we'll probably end up just credit feeding, because for one, I'm playing on a controller. I don't usually play on a controller. I usually play with an arcade stick. Yeah. So with arcade mode, you have to actually press L to add credits. So it actually replicates the arcade version quite well, including having this introduction screen. I used to have the PCB for this game on the Sega Titan video game system hardware. And so yeah, this is basically just the arcade version of the game now, which is cool. So, all right, let's jump into it. So the thing that set Silvergun apart from basically every other shooter at the time was the fact that it's got a huge arsenal of weapons. And in the arcade version, you use them with different button combinations. It was a 3-button game in the arcade. But on Saturn, you can use 7 different keys. So A is this weapon. Now I want to try to chain here, so I don't want to use the other weapons. But B is this homing laser. Hold on, I'll explain it later. Let me actually get some points here. Points are pretty crucial. Because again, like, you level up by getting points, and your weapons become more powerful. Pressing R lets you use your sword, which actually makes you invincible. And it does crazy damage. Crazy damage. If you kill bosses fast enough, enemies will tend to appear, just like this. But B is this green homing laser, C is this side-to-side shot. If you let it go, it, explodes. Let me kill some of these guys, 'cause again, I want to get some points. And a strategy here in this first level is to just kill red enemies. There's 2 ways of chaining in this game. It's either just killing lots of red enemies, or going by another chain system. But on this first level, it's best just to do all red. And you can see the bonus points I'm getting, like 31,000, and that just goes up and up and up until you screw up your combo. 45,000. 53,000. I'm gonna play it like I've got an arcade stick in my lap, because it's really weird me having to use X, Y, and Z when I play this game, or even R. It's extremely awkward for me, because I play the arcade version so much, and I play other versions with arcade sticks. So the other half of the chain system is killing as many red enemies as you want, 1 blue afterwards, and then as many yellow enemies as you want. And then those yellow enemies will give you 10,000 points every couple of enemies if you keep that combo going. So red, 1 blue, and then as many yellows as you can. Alright, I've got my sword bomb. A radiant sword. And so if you can swipe up these pink bullets. And you do get extra bonus points if you get 100% on bosses. So you want to blow off all of their side parts. Freddy says, Fighters Megamix is what I want to see, dude. You can wipe the floor with the Daytona car. I can't, Freddy, because I don't have any of those characters unlocked, so you wouldn't actually even get to see the Daytona car. And we could potentially play it still, because I don't think I've ever actually covered it on my stream because of all the nasty resolution switching. So yeah, that might be a good idea. I love fighting Vipers in particular. I like that a lot more than the Virtua Fighter games. Using this homing laser, this lock-on laser, reveals like these little hidden dogs. I don't remember their names, but you get some, you can get some really big bonus points from them. Like there's one right here. 106,000 points. So up top on my HUD, you'll notice A, B, and C cycling back and forth with numbers next to them. That's the current level of each of my A, B, or C weapons. A is your focus shot, B is your green homing projectile, and then C is your more focused side-to-side blue projectile. Bosses have a lot of randomness to them. And so you've got to be able to learn to, play, like, think on your feet with this. But you still have to know basic attack patterns, and you have to be able to recognize them. Also, this boss is apparently kind of like an homage to R-Type. See, with its little side options and its main pod that shoots down. Uh-oh, that's not good. Trying to finish off the boss with my A shot, because I believe how the leveling up works is the weapon that you finish enemies or chains with is the weapon that'll get the score applied to its next level up. I'm going to shoot one blue, and then we're going to go all yellow. We're going to just skip these enemies, because I want those big chain points. And then these guys I'll just kill. This boss is not necessarily worth getting a complete 100%. He is a very tricky boss. You have to sit behind these platforms, or these columns, I should say. And honestly, I feel like when I first played this game, this was like the first major difficulty spike. Got him. Zotmeister says, oh man, I never made that connection before, but you're clearly right. Its weapons match R-type power-ups too. Yep, The reflect lasers, like the wall fire, even like its side-to-side missiles are reminiscent of some R-type missiles. It's pretty cool. There are a lot of points in this game I don't really care about chaining. It's just survival. I try to chain at, like, key moments. But there are some super plays out there that are just insane to watch, where people are chaining, like, the entire game, and that's not something I've ever done in Radiant Silvergun. And you don't need to do that. You don't have to be a super player to stand a chance at this game. It's a lot of memorization, like with a lot of old school shmups. I mean, shmups in general, really. But, and then, you know, getting good with your weapon usage, knowing when to use your sword that's powered up, kind of like this. The game's designed around you using this thing, too. It's like, you don't have to be coy about it. Like, this boss is just feeding you these pink pellets over and over and over again. Like, they really want you to use your sword. And that's what makes it really fun and addictive. Remember, you're invincible when you use it, so you can, like, sit inside boss objects. Dasan says, as long as you chain through the first few levels, they say you should be okay. Yeah, I know I would say even just mainly the first level. There are a couple of points on Stage 2 where I try to chain, but, like, Stage 2, I mean, and Stage 4, they're both very difficult levels to actually chain effectively. I typically go with Stage 2 because I'm more consistent at it. Like right here, I never bother chaining because it just gets very overwhelming if you try to. I just kill the enemies, I get my basic points, nothing crazy. Nothing that's going to help me too much for leveling up. Yeah, it's a great idea, 90s Gaming Guy. It's a great device. There's tons of stuff available on it. I mean, now it even does N64 really, really well, apparently, which is crazy. I never thought that would even be possible with the Mister, and I think a lot of people have felt the same way about that. And getting my Mister working's on my to-do list, still. I've had a very, very large to-do list over this last year, unfortunately. You can see there's a few non-Maku elements here, you know, it's slight bullet hell, it's not full on. What I love about Radiant Silvergun is it does kind of train you for that, that subgenre of shooting. A subgenre of shooting games. Its arm's off screen, so I can't actually shoot it. Alright, there we go. Yeah, Dasan, my mister is still out of commission. Hey, Dragon Breath, welcome back. This was a nice surprise to log into after busting my ass in yard work for the last 5 hours. Oh, I messed up that chain. Oh, that sucks. I actually needed that chain going into this boss if I wanted some big points, so... I guess my strategy is going to be a little bit different now. So this guy, you want to follow him. Don't go the opposite route unless you want to chain some yellow enemies. Which I can't now, because the last enemy I shot was a blue one. Zalmeister says, you're making me want to play this now. Good. it's my favorite shmup ever made. I love this game, man. All-time favorite. Oh, that's not good. Wow. Okay. Alright, so I can actually do this, which is neat. Jose asks, am I going to stream Elden Ring DLC? I might. Not right away when it comes out, because, like, well, not on YouTube anyway. I might stream it on Twitch when it comes out. But, I don't even know how the DLC is going to be accessed. Like, Dark Souls DLC traditionally is, like, hidden. And Elden Ring might not be any different. We don't know yet. So I don't want to like try to do a YouTube stream and not even know how to get to the DLC. So what I'll probably end up doing is playing it on Twitch first, getting used to it, and then doing a YouTube stream afterwards. Just like I did with the original Elden Ring when it first came out. Zomeister says, no one ever believes me when I tell them what my favorite shmup is. What is your favorite shmup? I feel like you've told me this before and I've forgotten. Hey, Leo, welcome back. And Jason, thank you for joining up as a channel member. Sorry for coughing, guys. I don't know what's going on with me. Jason, there's a memberships tab on my channel page. You can also access my membership stuff from one of the main... I think you have like a subscriptions and memberships tab on your profile, and you can access your paid content from there. But I've started doing backer-only content. So there's a few videos there you've got access to now if you want to watch them. Yeah, thanks again for that. I appreciate that. You've also got some emoji that you can use. Mostly of one of my cats. Really, Zomeister? It's called Me Force on the 3DS? I didn't even know that was a thing. Who made that? Oh, something else I wanted to mention is you get weapon bonuses in this too, which is another way to get bonus points. If you keep using the same weapon for an extended period of time, it varies depending on the weapon, you'll get these weapon bonuses. So this homing laser, this lock-on laser, is really good for this boss. You can see I'm getting all these 10,000 point bonuses just over and over and over again. And this boss, you really have to watch out for its, like, its fins, or whatever those are. Like, they rotate around, and sometimes they'll rotate right on top of you, and then you'll die. This laser's not the most powerful, but again, you're getting those weapon bonus points, so... Got him. How many times have I beaten this game? A lot. Yeah, I've beaten this game a ton of times over the years, between the Saturn version and the arcade version in particular. Again, I used to have the Sega STV arcade board. Titan video game system is what it's called, with the Radiant Silvergun cartridge. And so, yeah, I have played this quite a lot over the years. And it was one of my favorite games on Saturn when I first imported it back the year it came out. It was 1998. I don't like 100%ing that boss. It's really dangerous, so sometimes I just don't do it. Did I ever get the 1cc? Are you talking about Silvergun or Raiden? I guess technically I didn't get the 1cc on either one. Back in the day with Radiant Silvergun, I got to the very final boss pattern, and I died to literally the very final bullet in the game. Which lost me the 1cc. So... I could see myself doing it eventually if I really buckle down and focus on it. Because I do know the game pretty well. Desan says, I know that Raiden 1cc eludes you. Yeah. Yeah, the Raiden 1cc is just... I don't think I have that in me. I mean, I could, but... It's, I don't have the dedication anymore, to be honest with you. Like, I just feel like I've got better uses of my time. I mean, it's bad enough I'm spending my 40s playing all these old school retro video games and not making a huge difference in the world. But... ugh. This boss always gets me for some reason, and part of it is that I guess he's not shooting out many pink projectiles right now. Usually he shoots out a ton of pink projectiles, but that's probably just the RNG talking. Sometimes you get a lot, sometimes you get, like, none. There we go, there's some. Oh. There we go. Got him. Dragon says, out of curiosity, does anyone else here have an affection for dithering on the Saturn? Certain kinds of dithering I think work okay on the Saturn, but I would much rather have like full transparent objects like on the PlayStation. Oh, Dasan, you got that close to the Raiden 1cc? You died on the last boss twice. That sucks. Man, you were really close on that. What's keeping you from doing it? I guess what's keeping you from doing it is it probably takes a lot of tries to even get to that point in the game. Like, I know with me, it's like, I've hit like level 5 or 6, maybe even 7, a couple times, but it's so inconsistent. Like, I might have to do like dozens of runs to even get past like stage 3, or, you know, get past stage 4, get to stage 4 even. Yeah, honestly, I've got no nostalgia for Saturn, or not even just Saturn, but polygonal dither patterns in general. I don't mind dither as much on, say, like, the Mega Drive or Genesis, because that was more of, like, you know, an intentional, like, video technique back then. Saturn just, like, it... basically couldn't do transparency, I think, on, was it one of its video display processors? The one that was usually responsible for, like, polygons and whatnot. But it could do transparency on its other display processor. I think it was the VDP2. So, like, that cloud formation in the back is transparent, but that's using the other processor. Interesting hardware setup. Like, you can see my sword is all dithered. And honestly, it actually looked better on a CRT back in the day when you were, you know, running just composite. But when you're, like, upscaling like I am, the dithering, like, really sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't mind it in this in particular because there's not, like, a ton of it. But there are some games, like, you know, you play Dracula X on the Saturn and... you know, basically a majority of the original transparency effects are just completely gone, and it really sticks out poorly. By the way, this is one reason why you want to try to get powered up as much as you can, learn the scoring, because this boss, it's meant to be an endurance battle. Also, if you couldn't tell yet, the boss health bars are down in the middle of the screen, in the bottom, so it's almost dead. But if you're not, you know, beefy enough, this boss will take absolutely forever. Same with the final boss, which comes after. This is the second to last level, by the way. After this, we basically just go straight to the final boss. So again, arcade mode in this is not that long. But with Saturn mode, you have to go your alternate route, and then you get an extra level on top of that. It sounds crazy, but what's really cool about Saturn mode is that you can save your progress. Like, when you get a game over, you go to the game over screen, but then you can save your character level, and then when you start a new game, you'll keep your weapon levels that you had when you got a game over and saved. So you'll start fresh in the very beginning, and it's like you're constantly gaining more and more experience, and there'll be a point where, like, all your weapons will be maxed out when you start at the beginning of the game, and then going through the whole game becomes a lot easier. Dragon Breath says the Saturn was his first 30-bit system, and he was a huge Sega fan at the time it came out. Nice. Yeah, I actually had talked about that. The Saturn was my primary next-gen console at that time period. The 32X was actually my first 3D game console. If you don't count, like, the Super FX games and Super Nintendo. Yeah, I got a 32X about 8 months before I got my Saturn. And even that was pretty cool. I liked it a lot. My first game on it was Virtua Fighter, which was really impressive. Looks like I got an extra life. You know what? I had just realized when we got here that I hadn't actually continued yet. And I got to this boss with an extra life left. Like, man, I should have really focused. I might have been able to get the 1 credit clear. So I'm so used to dying more often a little bit earlier on that I thought I did, and apparently I didn't. And so I had extra lives here that I'm not used to having. But this boss is like, it's total memorization. You gotta memorize the order of his patterns, where to position yourself. And if you don't do that, you are dead. Like that right there. Yeah, if you guys haven't noticed yet, my alert sounds on YouTube are from Radiant Silvergun. And I use some of them in my videos as well, like the little pop-up sound in my playthroughs. Yeah, this is where it becomes a little more bullet hell-like. I mean, this whole boss has elements of Danmaku. I've always loved how these crystals look. I've always loved the mix of polygons and 2D assets in this game. By the way, your hitbox is super tiny, as are the hitboxes for a lot of these 2D objects. That's another element of Danmaku games. Your hitboxes are usually really, really tiny. So this part, you cannot shoot. Now I can't shoot. It's all about dodging. And there's actually a spiritual successor to this game, Ikaruga, which I'm sure all of you guys know about. It's one of the most popular shmups ever made, I think. When it comes to, like, shmups being acknowledged in the mainstream, Ikaruga is definitely one of the most popular. At the end of Ikaruga, I think, has a very similar thing where you're basically just dodging. Man, it's been so long since I've actually finished Ikaruga. That's kind of on my to-do list as well. I want to get good at that game again and actually finish it. I haven't finished it since probably the Xbox 360 version came out. And that was a very long time ago. Oh, that's exactly what happened to me on the one time I was about to get a 1 credit clear. That last set of bullets I died to, and then boom. No 1 CC. No, VGA. Ikaruga does not define Danmaku. I think you got your Danmaku mixed up. Danmaku is more like stuff by Cave. Like real bullet hells. Ikaruga does have a lot of bullets, don't get me wrong, but you're designed to use your flip-flop mechanic, your color change mechanic, and so you're not really, like, dodging a lot of bullets in the traditional sense. The traditional Danmaku sense, where you actually have to dodge literally everything you see. But we're talking like Dodonpachi, you know, Escaluda, Mushihima-sama, you know, stuff like that. Ketsui, Esprade. Yep, Toho, absolutely. Uh-huh. Yeah, there's a lot of Danmaku games. A lot of Toho Danmakus. So if you play the Saturn mode, you actually get a full motion video ending like you had the FMV intro. So... But yeah, that's Radiant Silvergun. Glad to show that off without crazy, like, you know, signal drops from resolution switching. So, by the way, the little robot guy in the introduction, basically what ends up happening at the end of the game is your characters die in that battle, but your little robot survives, and I guess he works for a long time and is eventually able to resurrect you, or recreate you, or I don't know. But then the sad part is the robot dies at the end. It's like, oh man, poor guy. It's such like a bittersweet ending. I love stuff like that. You know, Treasure did a lot of that type of stuff where it was like, I don't know, a lot of their stuff just felt like it had like heart and soul to it. In very, like, subtle ways. So. Alright, let's see. I did actually have one other game in mind, that I haven't played on stream in a while. And it switches resolutions all the time, so... yeah, Dragon, it definitely died, the robot, because in the FMV version of that ending, it literally, like, breaks down and falls apart. So, the arcade mode, it's just all 2D stills, and so you just have to kind of, like, you know, come to your own conclusion. But, yeah, you see how it actually happens with the FMV ending on the Saturn mode. So yeah, this is Cyber Troopers Virtual On. This was an awesome, awesome arcade game. Very impressive for the time. They did a pretty good job converting it to Saturn. So, yeah, really, really awesome game, actually. There's 2-player split screen. And it's... I don't want to say it's like a one-on-one fighting game, but it is a one-on-one game. But it's not really fighting. It's like an arena-based game. You move around, you have different attacks, and it's almost like a rock, paper, scissors kind of game, too. Where if an enemy, like, dashes and does a specific attack, you probably want to dash in a different direction and do a different attack to hit the enemy. So you're kind of, like, often, like, watching the enemy and reacting based on, you know, what they do. And it's just really fun. I used to actually play this a lot over the Sega Netlink, which was a dial-up modem for the Saturn. SNK Boy says, wasn't Treasure mostly ex-Konami programmers? I believe a few of them were. I don't know about if like most of them were. But I know there were definitely ex-Konami employees in there for sure.
Get ready.
So you got 3 main attacks. A does your bomb, and what's cool about the bomb is most attacks will get absorbed by it, so you can use it as a shield. Y is a sword. It'll cut through certain bullets, but it's pretty weak. And then C is like your main powerful gun with this guy, Temjin. If you just sit straight forward, you only shoot one projectile, but if you dash, you'll shoot multiples. And your shots will start homing in a little bit. You can also press L and R, and you'll sort of duck and shoot over objects. If you've never played the game before, it is confusing when you first play it. And the arcade game used dual joysticks, these things called twin sticks. And you could buy those on Saturn, but they're not cheap. So I've always played this version with just the control pad. And it actually feels really good with the Saturn control pad. Unlike the Dreamcast sequel, which had a much more limited controller, it had 2 less buttons, and so that version was harder to control. Infinity's Limit says, this game got me in trouble as a kid. I was stuck on the final boss and called the 900 number for Sega. Your mom was not happy. Yeah, 900 numbers were like, you had to pay for those, and they were expensive. It was X amount of dollars per minute you're on the phone. It was, yeah. And us kids didn't really know any better until our parents got the telephone bill. Yeah, I called the Nintendo game counselor line one time for Castlevania 2, and I think I got permission from my parents though to do that. It was the only time I ever did that. Hey Andy, what's going on? You missed Dracula X, you missed Sega Rally, and then you missed a full run of Radiant Silvergun. Oh yeah, if you look closely, your character has a Sega Saturn on his back. And in the second one on Dreamcast, he has a Dreamcast on his back.
Round 1. Get ready.
I do like the use of the moving backgrounds. Like, you'll notice the backdrop kind of moves up and down depending on where you are in the screen. And there's multiple layers to it, too. Which is neat. That's an interesting little 3D effect. Like, they had to take a lot of shortcuts with this version of the game, because the hardware wasn't really capable of fully replicating the arcade game. But the compromises they made sense, and still crafted an awesome game for consoles. It's best in 2-player mode, though. You know, when you're actually playing against a real human being. That's not good. Oh, I didn't mean to duck attack.
Round 3. Get ready.
That's... Ooh, I got lucky there. Got him. I am definitely rusty at this game. Wow.
Round 1. Get ready.
Oh, I ran right into his missiles. Oh, come on. No, I'm not playing with the twin sticks, dude.
Round 2.
You would have heard me hook those up if I was playing with them. I switched games like almost instantly. No way I was using the twin sticks. I don't even have the twin sticks. Alright, later, VGA. Take care. Have a good night. Man, I'm not even hitting him. You want to, like... You want to boost, like, in the opposite direction that he boosts. Which is why I prefer to kind of wait to watch what the opponent does. And then I can, if you boost in the opposite direction and then shoot, you have a great a great likelihood of actually connecting with your projectiles. Like, he was boosting backwards, and that worked out. Like I said, it's a little bit rock, paper, scissors like.
Round 3.
Alright, later, Jason.
Get ready.
If I'm still here in 117 minutes exactly, you might be able to pop back on. I'll probably still be here. A little less than 2 hours. Yeah, I can jump too, by the way. I should probably be doing it more often, but I do feel like I'm slightly at a disadvantage if I jump. He keeps jumping over my projectiles, though. There we go. Alright, later, 8-Bit. Take care. Have a good night.
Mission. Round 1. Get ready.
This has always been one of the tougher guys for me especially with Temgen. Oh, I hate those homing lasers. Or those turret pods, whatever you want to call them.
Round 2. Get ready.
Yeah, that's an awful attack. Yeah, what I like about dashing in this game is you basically, when you fire, you automatically lock onto your opponent.
Round 3. Get ready.
Alright, got him. Nice. Nice, this doesn't always trigger.
Penalty stage.
Jaguarundi. This is a secret boss that, like, sometimes appears, and I don't know
Secret base.
how you trigger it,
Get ready.
but it's cool when it does trigger. Is that a perfect victory?
This version is not a simulatory system. All registered user data.
Infinity says, man, we had to work so hard for information back in the day. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Like, during the Saturn era, I did have access to the internet. So I was on, like, web forums and stuff like that already. Game FAQs was a thing.
First area.
So I did get a lot of information for Saturn stuff back then, which was cool. But before that, it was basically word of mouth and video game
Get
magazines.
ready.
So Farms, the guy I'm fighting right now, he's a lot like me, Temgen. Except I'd say he's a little bit faster, but he's also weaker. But he's also got the same bomb that I do. Is this Saturn exclusive? No, it was also on PC back in the day for Windows 95. And then it got a PlayStation 2 port And then in Japan, it apparently got an Xbox 360 port for Xbox Live Arcade. That's actually a big reason I want to get a modded 360 so I can play that version. I also want to get the PS2 version eventually.
Secondary.
Dragon mentions Tenjin.
Get ready.
Tenjin was Atari. Atari Games. Atari Games was the arcade division of Atari. And actually, it was technically by that... You know, it was a... It gets complicated. The Atari arcade division was sold off, and the console division was sold off too. And they both retained their name, Atari. Atari Corporation ended up being the home division, and division's the wrong word because it was technically a separate company.
Get ready.
And then Atari Games was the arcade entity. And then Tenjin was Atari Games' home console publishing line. Hence why a lot of Tenjin titles were ports of Atari arcade games. Like Gauntlet, Gauntlet 2, Atari Tetris for NES, or Tenjin Tetris for NES.
Round 1. Get ready.
Alright, next level I think is the final boss. I'm actually surprised I got past Fei Yen as easily as I did, because she could be a real pain in the ass. Also, this guy's Raiden's lasers are very powerful. Some of the most powerful attacks in the game. He's super slow, though. Yeah, Tenjin's carts on NES were very unique. Yeah, I've got a bunch of them myself. Vindicators was another one I played a lot as a kid. And that was an Atari Games arcade game. Tenjin made it for NES. Or published it, at least. I don't know if they actually developed it. Sometimes Tenjin was just a publisher. Other times they may have actually done the conversions themselves. In-house. Man, those lasers are powerful. Holy crap. We're both scared to move out in the open. Nice. Alright, this boss is really, really tough. There's a good chance we're gonna die. Dasan's back. He's just watching on mobile now. We're at the final boss now, Dasan. I'm glad it wasn't 117 minutes. It was more like 7 minutes. When he goes gold, that's when you can actually really damage him. And he only does it, I think, about twice. Whoa, we did it! We actually got a legit 1 credit clear on this. I haven't done that in a really long time. That was actually pretty awesome. And we got the secret boss too, which doesn't happen very often.
Mission completed. Virtual operation system interruption. Player data freeze.
I don't know if it actually affects the ending. I don't think it does. Yeah, this picture looks really nice through the 5X as well. I'm so used to how it looked through my FrameMeister. There's much less noise on the image.
Game over.
All right. Wonder if that actually unlocked anything in the options menu.
My savior.
Versus, ranking, replay, records, options, color. Yeah, it looks like it's basically the same. Okay. Alright. Yeah, 90s gaming guy. Like, a lot of us that got Saturn back in the day, we really, really liked the console. Now, there were people that got one and didn't care for it that much, but, like, I talked to my, neighbor, one of my neighbors, to get one. He was like, man, what console do I get? And, like, he came to me for advice, and I was like, because I had played a lot of Saturn by that point, I had barely played PS1. I was like, man, the Saturn's so great, you can buy it now, you can get, there's 3 free games with it, that come with it, because they had the Daytona, Virtua Cop, and Virtua Fighter 2 bundle that came with it. And so he ended up buying it. He was like, oh yeah, that's a good deal. And, you know, he got his Madden on it, he got Tomb Raider, but he wasn't that impressed with it, because all his friends had PlayStation, and he could tell that, like, the PlayStation versions of a lot of those games were a lot better, you know, than the Saturn ones, which is, you know, he ended up selling his Saturn, like, very shortly after he got it, which made me sad. And made me feel a little defeated, because, like, I had recommended it to him. But I guess on the bright side, he did let me borrow his console for, like, a weekend, so I did get to, like, rock some Saturn for a weekend before I got my own. So all right, what I will do next is Freddie had asked for this one. Unfortunately, we're not going to have all the characters and stuff like that, but we'll go ahead and give it a shot. Desan's his friend had Ultimate MK3 on his Saturn, and he was so jealous of Desan's MK trilogy on PS1. Vince says he deprived himself of the joy of Saturn. Poor fella. Well, he was like a jock. He wasn't really like a big video gamer. He would play occasionally. He'd come over and we'd play like Contra Hardcore together. But this guy, he played like every sport in the book. He was like very fit and athletic. His parents were very, I think, traditional, and they never really provided him with a lot of video games growing up. And so it wasn't until like his later high school years that he started getting some consoles. And he usually only had one console at a time. And that console was eventually the PlayStation. So, I mean, I think he had like a kind of a common upbringing with video games. He was not like a lot of us where we were more like introverted nerd types. We didn't need to be social butterflies. We would be perfectly content at home with just our video games. Actually, you know, I only ever played sports growing up because my parents made me. It wasn't because, like, I wanted to. You know, I played baseball for a while. We had to do a lot of sports in school as well, but by the time middle school rolled around, I didn't have to do that stuff anymore, and so I just played video games all the time. Which was the exact opposite of my neighbor, who was, like, total jock, you know. Like, top player on the football team, that sort of thing. Hung out with other jocks. So, you know, in hindsight, it makes sense to me. I mean, even I knew it at the time, too, that my tastes were already, by the Saturn era, I could already tell my tastes were a little eclectic compared to your average, you know, popular kid in school. So, Desan says, to this day, the only sport I play with balls is pool and snooker. Yeah, me, I play pinball. I'd like to play pool again, actually. I used to play pool all the time before I discovered YouTube and pinball. Alright, so this is Fighter's Megamix. This is basically a hybrid of Virtua Fighter and Fighting Vipers. Fighting Vipers was an AM2 fighting game, not nearly as popular as Virtua Fighter in the arcades, but it was a pretty key Saturn fighting game. And you've got a game type. This sort of changes the combat system. I prefer Fighting Vipers. But the real gimmick with this game, aside from pitting Fighting Vipers characters with Virtua Fighter characters, is the unlocking characters. You get a ton of extra characters. All these question marks are different characters. One of the most like famous ones is the Daytona USA car, and it's not even all that fun playing as the car, but it is just interesting, and it's just over the top and fun. So it says press start for options. I guess this is okay. So you've got different trials here. Last time I played this, I did the top trial. You can see that Candy there is the chick at the end, so she's the final boss there. Virtua Fighter Vipers, girls. And I bet you, maybe if I go through all these, I unlock a new character. I don't know. So let's go ahead and we'll do the Virtua Fighter course.
Fight! Ready, go!
Yeah, what's actually interesting about this game is, and I didn't realize this till the last time I played it, just a few weeks back when I was testing my RetroTink 5X, is this introduces infinite arenas, like Tekken. Tekken was the biggest 3D fighting game franchise of the 90s. Even to this day, actually, I think it's still the most popular. I mean, they're still making Tekken games, and they're not making Virtua Fighter games anymore. They sure as hell aren't making Fighting Vipers games anymore, which is a bummer. This would have been a cool series to see continue. Yeah, the original Fighting Vipers does not have unlimited backgrounds. It is like caged arenas.
Fight. Ready.
Dragon Breath says, I don't mean to be gross or anything, but I never even heard about pinball until I was like 30. And it had an entirely different meaning to him. Oh, cornhole. Sorry, I thought you meant pinball. Oh yeah, cornhole, that's... I'm not gonna lie, that is kind of a weird name for a game. And you know what's funny, like there's like events of cornhole events on like ESPN. I was leaving the brewery last night and they had ESPN2, I think, was hosting or showcasing a cornhole event live. I was like, really? There's way more skill involved in pinball. Jeez. Pinball's only ever gotten on the Ocho, like what, once a year or something like that. Which is sad, because like they lump pinball with like air guitar. Like, give me a break. There's a ton of skill in pinball. Pinball requires so much like dexterity and thought and reaction times and planning and strategy, and it's just like it's very interesting when you know what you're doing in it and you kind of understand it.
Ready, go!
So Fighting Vipers has these charge moves. And it seems like some of these Virtua Fighter characters just don't know how to deal with them. But it also looks like the Virtua Fighter characters have some too, which is kind of cool.
Ready, go!
Yeah, and you've got like light air combos in this game. Like with Tokyo here, I do the uppercut and then boom, just like that. With the Fighting Vipers characters, they have an armor system. And so you can basically bust their armor pieces off. And then they start taking more damage. And they physically look different. It was a really cool mechanic.
Fight. Ready, go!
Yeah, Vince had mentioned Mortal Kombat 3 on PS1 and looking forward to it. I got to see that once when the PlayStation was new, and I was blown away by how good it looked. Man, these Fighting Vipers these Virtua Fighter characters just don't know how to deal with like my running and charge attacks and...
Fight. Ready, go!
Boom. Bunno, you are correct. Yeah, Fighting Vipers was all caged matches, and when you would slam your enemies into walls, kind of like Tekken 4 actually, you would do extra damage, and you could really just corner enemies and do big damage. Oops. There are air recoveries as well. I don't remember how actually useful they are. So like that move I just did right there, that was designed for the cage matches. Now it's without a wall, doesn't really do a whole lot. Have we played a single cage match yet? I don't think so. It seems like all these Virtua Fighter levels are unlimited. Infinite backgrounds. But there are cage matches in this, just like in Fighting Vipers. Just depends on the route you take, I guess. Neckware says, I have fond memories of playing a lot of Street Fighter Alpha 2 on the Saturn with his buddy. Yeah, and that was a really good version of the game, too. That was,
Fight.
hardcore fighting game players thought that was like the greatest port for a long time. I mean, might even still be the case. Okay, we've got a cage match. Let's see, kind of like that. Of course, I wasn't able to get my juggle. And then at the end, you can actually like smash him through it. If I do like a power hit, he would just go flying through the wall, which is cool. No, failed to do it. I was doing a combo at the end. Should have did my back charge kick. I actually, Fighting Vipers was one of those games that convinced me to buy a Saturn. Oh, that's right. They got some of the Virtua Fighter Kids characters in here. I also think they have a character or two from Sonic the Fighters. Mark says, me and my buddies love Street Fighter Alpha 2 on Saturn. The Model 2 gamepad was so perfect for fighters. Absolutely. I mean, fighters and shoot 'em ups and really anything arcade oriented. Really anything 2D. It's still, to me, the best controller for 2D games. Sorry, Virtua Fighter Kids was a game on Saturn. I never really cared for it that much, because it always just felt really weird to me. Huge heads, very short attacks. I'd rather just play regular Virtua Fighter, but it's still novel. I love Saturn era Sega with all those faux guitars. They sound so cheesy, but I still have a soft spot for them. It's cool. Yu Suzuki was still you know, was still involved with this project. That's pretty cool. And they've got Outrun music. I love that. Yeah, Dragon. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to get this scaler. I mean, my old upscaler made 480i look pretty good too, but it would signal drop. Or it would take forever to get the to like lock onto a signal once the resolution changed, and but yeah, this is making life a whole lot easier. Hey Adam, he says, wow, sounds weird without the waves. You're right. That'd be funny if they had the wave sounds on here. Here, we'll do another route. Oh, so I just unlocked 2 characters for that. Kid Sarah, Kid's Akira. You know what? Like, I don't know his moves, but screw it. Let's do it. We'll do course number 3, Vipers. I assume his moves are very similar to Akira from Virtua Fighter 1. Yeah. Holy crap. Okay. Okay, so he doesn't have his parry. Yeah, this is gonna be kind of a pain. Okay, he still has the elbow though.
Fight. Ready, go!
That's A and B together. That's how you typically throw in Virtua Fighter, but there are other throw moves and grapples and whatever.
Fight.
Picky!
Ready, go!
Ha! They launched him up so high. That's crazy. Oh. Jason, I don't remember if Pepsi Man's an unlockable. He is a secret boss in the original Fighting Vipers Japanese version. But I don't remember if he's actually, like, playable in this one. Or if he's even in Fighters Megamix. These guys are really fast to roll. Okay, how don't I do that knee? Okay. Maybe it was just like forward and kick. Yes, Gotcham, there are characters from Sonic the Fighters. Yeah, I had mentioned that. He doesn't like my kicks. Dragon says, Picky is smart, wearing protective gear.
Ready, go!
Wow, lucky. I wish I knew more moves. And actually, you know what? Let me hit start. Okay, it doesn't have a moves list here. It does, it should in practice mode. If I go to practice, it should list every move. I hate how these guys, they roll so quickly. I can't do, like... characters usually have, like, an up and attack after an enemy's on the ground. And then they can also, a lot of times, like, punch the enemy on the ground, too. With, like, down, forward, and attack. Or punch, usually.
Fight! Ready, go!
Sandman. The thing about Akira in classic Virtua Fighters is he's very much like... He's one of those characters that doesn't really have long strings. It's like, here's one punch, here's one kick, here's two punches, here's a really fast elbow. That's his play style. And with Kid Akira here, it's extra awkward because he's got no reach. Like, his elbow doesn't even come out past his head. Ooh. Busted off some armor, you can see here. Also, that huge bear in the background, I don't know if he's actually unlocked out of the box in this one, but you can play as him as well, I believe. He's in Fighting Vipers. I assume he's in this. Ooh, nice. Let's watch that again. Looks like back forward and punch does that. Nice. Oh, didn't bust him through. Not powerful enough, I guess. Kids Akira versus Candy.
Fight! Ready, go! Fight! Ready, go!
Yeah, the thing about Fighters Megamix is that, like, the balance seems to be all over the place because of how the characters just operate, like Kids Akira here. Whereas the original Fighting Vipers, it's like, it feels, just really fun. Like, you can pick any character and you feel like, you know, you're in for a good time. It's that the game was balanced around that small set of characters. But Fighters Megamix has, like, just a ton of characters, and it doesn't work out quite as well. But, I mean, there is a lot of replay value in this game. And I do like some of the additions. Like, I like the infinite arenas. It makes it a little more like Tekken in some cases, which is interesting. Different dynamic. I actually do wish they had something like the Virtua Fighter rings, though, where you could ring out. Like, I'm surprised they don't have any of those. Also, one thing that kind of sucks is every round, like, they reset the music. It's like, why was that necessary? I never understood that design choice. It might be because, like, I think there are so many music tracks in this, they're really short loops. I don't remember if they do that in Fighting Vipers. I feel like they keep the music going between rounds, and that also is something I've always liked a lot more in Fighting Vipers. Oh, this is Uraban. This is our last boss for this route. Really? Got him. Thanks for the GGs, guys. I appreciate that. Oh, that's right. I forgot there was the chick from Virtua Cop 2's in this game as well. You can unlock her.
Game over. Congratulations.
All right, I've never actually covered this game on my channel before, and I've had a lot of people request it, so I'm gonna do one more route. Except I'll try to play as someone that I actually know how to work with. Yeah, so Uraban's down there. He's like a special version of Bon from Fighting Vipers. Let's see, we'll mess around with Pi. I sort of know how to play as her. We'll see what this last one is. It says girls. I'm gonna guess maybe I think her name is Janet from Virtua Cop 2. I think she might be the last one on this route. I'm trying to think of like other females that we could potentially unlock. That's right, she's got more moves than she does even in Virtua Fighter 2. I think for some of these characters, the Virtua Fighter characters, they added Virtua Fighter 3 moves, apparently. So that makes it kind of interesting. Yeah, I can't do it. I wonder if they... I wonder if some of Pi's throws have been changed. There it is. Let's see that again. Nice.
Fight! Ready, go!
Nice.
Fight. Ready, go!
What was that move? I did like this down punch. It's like ducking, weird stance punch thingy-majig. I don't know. I don't know what you call it. Okay, I did it again. Pi has a lot more strings than she did in Virtua Fighter 1 or even Virtua Fighter 2. Hey, Salty, welcome to the stream. Hey, Mike, what's going on? Man, she doesn't have the wake-up spinning kick she used to. Oh!
Fight. Ready, go!
Yeah, she doesn't have it. Or if she does, it's not done the same way it is in classic Virtua Fighter. Oh, there we go.
Fight. Ready, go! Fight. Ready, go!
Ooh. Hey, Adam. Welcome to the stream. Good to see some more Sega Saturn content.
Fight. Ready, go!
Yeah, I have a new capture set up now with a new scaler, which is very beneficial for 32-bit era games. So you can definitely expect a lot more both PS1 and Saturn. Oh! I forgot that happens. The camera was so wonky you could barely see what happened. Yeah, you can get flung off these ropes. It's pretty hilarious.
Fight. Ready, go!
Resident Evil on Saturn, Mike, was the first Resident Evil. Resident Evil on N64 was the second one. And both were pretty good for their respective platforms. Oh, so Dural's gonna be... I thought Dural was already unlocked, though. I guess not? Dural, or Dural, is the final boss of the Virtua Fighter games.
Fight. Ready, go!
Yeah, the N64 version's impressive because they were able to get the full motion video on it. It's heavily compressed, doesn't look as good as the PlayStation version's video, but it's still there, which is impressive. But the rest of the game on N64 is basically the same as the PS1 version. So gameplay-wise, it's not really any different. My brother and I streamed through it a couple years ago, if anyone's curious about that. I actually have a bunch of the Resident Evil games on my channel because of him. I think we did the Saturn version.
Fight.
Oh, it is Janet. Okay.
Ready, go!
That's what I thought. Okay, for some reason I thought Doral was the last one. I like that this is the first level of Virtua Cop 1. Virtua Cop 2 music, though.
Ready, go!
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Look at that, she does this like back attack, or like back steps for a quick second and then attacks. Which makes me whiff. Can I do that? Oh, I can. Nice. That's pretty cool, actually. Wall jump off the walls. Oh, I tried throwing too. It's not fair. Alright, got her. Mike, you're gonna upset very few people because very few people actually know of Awesome Possum. They'll just think it's funny. They'll be like, oh yeah, he is an awesome possum. Or something like that. You're stationed in Korea, but you're on TDY in Japan for 5 weeks. Very nice. Enjoy that. Only console I brought with me was my Saturn. Hell yeah. Actually just introduced a buddy to Fighters Megamix yesterday. Awesome, that's good timing. The Bubsy of Sega. Well, the problem with that is that Bubsy was on Sega. Both of them. Well, I should say the first two. Technically, there was a third back in the day on the Jaguar. And actually, the Jaguar game might have come before the actual Bubsy 2. I don't remember. I'll have to look at release dates for the Bubsy games. Arrow the Acrobat? No, that doesn't make any sense. Arrow doesn't look anything like Sonic. I think you just need to drop the whole idea altogether, Mike, and try to come up with something else. Yeah, I just totally shot it down completely. Zero the Kamikaze Squirrel. People definitely don't know about that game.
Over.
Jeez, even I forgot about that game. Holy crap. That was on Super Nintendo, I believe. Nah, you're right. It's not working. Alright, well, that's cool. So now if you go to, I think, arcade mode, there's another set of courses. Janet! Smart guys, muscle, dirty fighters. Yeah. It is a, it's a pretty cool game. I had this back in the day. I did enjoy it. There are some things I much prefer about Fighting Vipers, which I kind of already mentioned. Like, I'm pretty sure the music in Fighting Vipers, the music tracks are longer, and so they don't restart every time, like, a round ends. And also in Fighting Vipers, the game just is balanced better, I think, because, you know, the game was designed around that specific roster of characters, not a Daytona USA car. But Fighters Megamix just has a ton of content, and that's what makes it really cool. All right. What time are we at? We're at 3 hours. You know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to take a quick break, because I think I have to use the restroom. Not think, I definitely have to use the restroom. Dude, I think I might have to go to the bathroom. No. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go take a quick break, maybe grab a snack while I'm at it. And then when we come back, we'll play some other stuff. Yeah, maybe what I can do is do the first Panzer Dragoon. I haven't actually played the first Panzer Dragoon in a while. I played a lot of the second game recently, but not as much of the first game. So, yeah, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Or go somewhere and come back. I'll only be a few minutes.
m'esquisse.
Good timing. I'm back. The Saturn struggled with pop-in so much when it was new. But whatever. I still love it. Alright, let's check out what we've got here. Alright, that's right. All those are shots. Oh, that's right. I'm so used to Panzer Dragoon too. Yeah, there's no, like, special in this game. It's just all shooting and then locking on. But yeah, what's cool about this game is you can turn around in 360 degrees and use the shoulder keys to do that. But you can also lock onto enemies. And when you're facing forward, you can actually move up and down and left to right, like in Star Fox. Frame rate's not the best. It's much improved in Part 2, but it's still perfectly playable. I love how the environments look in this game. It's really neat. Making use of the Saturn's multiple display processors. I like to play sort of arcade style with the controller in my lap and 3 fingers on the 3 main buttons. Because if you do that, you can fire really fast. I've been wanting to go back and do Panzer Dragoon Orta on Xbox. I haven't done that on my YouTube channel in like 8 years now, maybe? It's been a really long time. So now that I have a capture card, not capture card, but an upscaler that works better with component and progressive scan signals specifically, yeah, we could potentially do that game again. I've got Let's Plays of both Panzer Dragoon 1 and 2. For anyone that maybe wants me to talk more about strategies and stuff like that. Really like how kind of like cinematic this game was. You go into this structure and then the roof gets shot down. It's pretty cool. That's it. Is the Saturn core in the Mister solid? I am told it is. But my Mister's out of commission right now, so I don't have a way of trying it myself. But once I get the Mister back up and running, I'll definitely be trying it for sure. Alright, level 2. You can press both L and R together to do a 180. Pretty important. I'm getting a little disoriented here. All right, see you, Andy. Have a good night. Heidi's Gaming Guy says he thinks that if this was in the arcades, it may have fared well there. Yeah, maybe. If it was on Sega's arcade hardware that powered like Virtual On or something like that, then yeah, perhaps. I don't remember if that was Model 1 or Model 2. Probably Model 1. I've honestly forgotten about a lot of Sega's arcade boards from that time period. But some of those boards were really powerful, and the Saturn just really could not keep up with them. But had Panzer Dragoon been on, you know, one of those more impressive boards, it... yeah, may have done better in the arcades. Come on, man, I'm trying to reverse, and it's not doing the 180. That's really annoying. I'm taking a lot of hits that I don't need to be taking. Your health doesn't refill completely between levels, so taking hits feels kind of bad in this game as a result. It's not like I get a full health bar back every level. This guy you really just want to lock onto, and that's it. Pretty sweet boss setup, though. I love those sand tornadoes. This is the guy, you ended up chasing him throughout the whole game. He leads you to the final boss. He might even just be the final boss in the end, I don't remember. We've got 3 continues. Surprised I didn't kill that thing faster. Yeah, one thing about this first Panzer Dragoon, though, is that it is, because of the frame rate and kind of like the muddy visuals, it is difficult to see projectiles coming at you sometimes. You just get hit by stuff out of nowhere, because it's just difficult to see them. That's another thing I really like about this game too. It's like, feels like the music tracks were like crafted around the level design. So like the music track for this level like completely ended right as the boss appeared. I love just artistic design like that. It's great. I should say artistic direction. Ow, that hurt. Are we playing Dark Souls now? Alright, that's it. Hey, Tony, welcome back. How was your birthday, sir? I only missed 2 enemies. It was pretty good. Pretty happy with your birthday. Now you get to watch a Panzer Dragoon. Hell yeah. This level gets really fast, so it can be pretty tough. And Panzer Dragoon 2 has a level just like this one as well. There's a lot of throwbacks in Part 2. Have I had an issue with my Xbox One where it keeps turning off? No. And technically I don't have an Xbox One anymore, but I've owned multiple Xbox Ones and I've never had that problem. There's a good chance your console might be overheating. Xbox Ones are pretty old by this point. But yeah, I have an Xbox Series X. Yep, Tony, you were thinking the same thing as me. Yeah, even those Xbox One S's, they're pretty old by this point too. I'd look into disassembly instructions, see if it's something that is easy to do. And if it is, you can open it up and reapply thermal paste to the CPU. Hopefully it's not nearly as convoluted as opening up a 360, because that is a pain in the ass. Have I ever saved a 360 from the red ring? No, because they're too difficult to open up. I tried repairing one, and I ended up just like destroying the thing in the process. Please don't hit me. Yeah, I recall not wanting to use your lasers on this guy because he reflects them with his arms. Got him. Tony, I have a RetroTink 5X now. I got it about a month and a half ago. This is actually the first time I've used it on YouTube, but I've used it quite a bit on Twitch. Actually, I've been mostly doing digital stuff on Twitch lately. The only time I've really used it on Twitch, aside from doing Saturn in the beginning, was doing the Doom 32X Resurrection on 32X. Adams is state of the art. Yeah, I'm very happy with the 5X. I feel like I might need to get some kind of SCART switcher though, because I don't like, or at least some kind of SCART extender, because I don't like constantly unplugging SCART cables from the port over and over. I feel like the port on the RetroTink might eventually break. So that's something I'll have to look into, maybe on payday next week. You have a SCART switcher you're not using? How many ports does it have? But yeah, I'll be interested in that. Just hit me up on either Discord or Facebook or something. Actually, Messenger on Facebook's probably better. Dasan, there are really high quality switchers though, made that people make mainly just for retro gaming, so you're probably, I assuming, not using any of those. But yeah, if you get a really cheap one, I could see that being the issue, you know, reduced image quality and whatnot. What I might end up just doing is just going the route of just trying to find a SCART to SCART connector. I just don't want the port on the RetroTink to die one day, that's all. See, on the FrameMeister, I had a cable that went into its RGB port. And so potentially the cable would go bad, but the port on the FrameMeister shouldn't go bad, because I'm not inserting and reinserting the cable into the FrameMeister itself. If that makes any sense. It should be close to the boss fight. But I'm getting a little low in health. If I continue, I have to do the whole level over again. All right, we got him. Yeah, I mean, it depends on your setup. Like, so my stream setup, I literally only have one console hooked up at any given moment, so a switcher is really unnecessary for me, but there are people out there with, like, really nice, like, PVMs or BVMs, and they've got, like, a dozen consoles hooked up all at the same time, and they want to just be able to switch between them, and so they want something that's going to last, is built well, and is very high quality, and so for people like that, it's worth the money. You know, it is... The G-Scarts are definitely, like, enthusiast-level devices. They're not just for casual people that want to play their, you know, games with their SCART connections, like, once in a while. Like me, again, I don't have everything hooked up at once. I got away from doing that a long time ago, actually, because it was just too much to maintain, for one, especially if you want to do, like, RGB for everything. Ow. And one thing that I actually really don't like about this game is that there's like a little bug where if you do a lot of rapid shots and then you try to hold down the button to lock on, it's like your lock on function doesn't actually activate, and you're sitting, like, it just did it right there. And so I'm like trying to lock on the enemies, but my cursor's not spinning to lock on. And it's just like, it's a glitch, I feel. And it happens a lot. Like, you kind of get screwed by it a lot, which is a bummer. I don't even think this level has a boss. I think you get to the end, it fades out, and then you go to the actual final boss. But we'll definitely beat the game. We've got a bunch of credits. Even if I get a game over here, we can go ahead and continue. Yes, Panzer Dragoon 1 can still be a little janky, unfortunately. I mean, for 95, it's kind of like, what do you expect? But still, when you play Part 2, it can be a little difficult to go back to Part 1 sometimes, because of some of the jank. Obviously, the lower frame rate is kind of a bummer to begin with, but the lock-on glitch can be extra aggravating. Hey, that's it. Wizard. Oh no! Double KO. That sucks. That freaking sucks, man. We would have beaten the game without dying. Ah. Yeah, we had just killed him. Round 2. Fight. Yeah, it was much faster that time. Hey, Ace. He says, I remember getting this around the Saturn launch date. He was so impressed. Yeah, if I got a Saturn in '95 and got this game, I would have been, like, blown away by it, for sure. I wasn't as impressed with it when I first got it because it was like a year or two later. I think I had already owned more impressive Saturn games by that point, but I still loved it. It was a great game. I think I remember finishing this game like the first day I had it. It's not a long game. It's not terribly difficult. Yeah, I think it was probably like spring '97 when I got the Saturn. I probably got this game like late in that year. Hey, DG, welcome back. Oh, you got the Saturn, like, almost immediately after it launched. That's cool. You sold your 3DO to get it. Probably worth it. Yeah, as much as I love the 3DO, the Saturn is a far superior platform. I guess GGs are in order. Thanks, Jason. Thanks, DG. Uh-oh, skipping audio. That's not good. All right. Banu says, I can't think of a single game that would tempt me into finding a 3DO. See, that disappoints me. The 3DO is a fun platform. It's very interesting. Oh, there goes my my cable again. Man, I think I'm going to need a different RGB cable. This port is just, it's not good. Dishonored is the Satiator. Yeah, and for Panzer Dragoon, it always like skips on the ending for some reason. It could just be a bad rip, maybe. Come to think of it, I don't think I have the original disc for that game. I need to get that. I do have Panzer Dragoon Zwei. I own that. Trying to think of some of the stuff like I don't typically play when I do Saturn streams. I mean, it's okay, like focusing on the you know, the safe games, you know, the popular titles. Oh, actually, this is a great idea. I don't think I've ever played this on stream here because of the garbage resolution switching. It like switches resolutions all the time on this game. It's insane. Yeah, the 3DO's headphone jack and the controller was always really cool to me. I actually used it a lot in the late 90s when I still lived at my parents' house. You know, when I was still in high school, I'd be playing it late at night and just plug my headphones into the controller.
There are only 30 hostages inside, including the president's daughter. I repeat, they have the president's daughter in there. We have to get her out as soon as possible. Over.
So this was Die Hard Arcade, also known as Dynamite Deca in Japan. It's an insanely difficult game, and I am absolutely terrible at it. So, no, DG, this is not the one that's on PS1. You're thinking Die Hard Trilogy or something like that? What's the Die Hard game called on, I think it's Die Hard Trilogy. But this is the one that was actually in the arcade. And Trilogy's on Saturn as well, I believe. And I've barely messed around with Trilogy before. I've heard mixed things about it. Alright, so we've got 4 credits. Now there's a game called Deep Scan, which we're probably going to play violence off. Oh, we need violence on. Alright, so A is punch, B is kick, C is jump. So we only have 4 credits. Apparently you can earn more credits by playing this, old Sega game. Where's Leo? He would love this. Up to 5 credits now. Six credits. It's kind of a clever idea, you know, putting in an old school game in to extend your modern game. Modern at the time. Seven credits. Kind of reminds Mike of Jaws on the NES. I did a playthrough of that about 2 months ago now. It's on my channel. I ended up liking that game a lot. It's pretty fun. 9 credits. 12 credits. There's a lot to dodge now. Nice. Press start to pause. Continue deep scan? No. Hey, John Evan, welcome back. Yeah, no need of a 1cc. Alright, it's been quite a while since I've really played this game, and like I said, I've never been very good at it. So I think that's a magazine? Yeah, so every time the screen goes black here, like, I'd get a total signal drop. And, like, with the FrameMeister, you know, it would take like 5 to 10 seconds for it to pick the image back up. And so, like, I'd be halfway dead by the time, like, I actually saw something again. Oh, that's cheap. Yeah, Dasan, it wasn't even a I don't even think it was a Die Hard game in Japan. Actually, I wonder if... Was it actually based on Die Hard in Japan? Alright, this is like a quick time event. Press punch. Oh, got it. I think it was just Dynamite Deca in Japan, even on Saturn. So yeah, I don't think it was related to Die Hard over there. That guy's got like a rocket launcher. Boom! Oh, that's great. But yeah, there was a sequel in the arcades as well, and came out on the Dreamcast. And that one was insanely difficult, and it takes you to a wide variety of places. Like, there's a part in the game where I think you end up on like a pirate ship, and like some jungle island.
I don't care about the swamp members. Where is the president's daughter? Find her and bring her to me.
Have I played the NES Die Hard? Yeah, unfortunately I have. I don't like that spray can. Nice, got it. What? Did I get hit by, like, his gun? Look at him. It's so goofy. That must have been what happened. I thought I got hurt just by running into that sign. I'm trying to dash, but it's so stiff. I'm actually really glad they didn't make a 3D Streets of Rage back in the day, because it probably would have ended up something like this and would have been seen as the black sheep of the family. Because yeah. It's so goofy. Okay, so I can end it with a kick. Oh yeah, I should mention that this was actually made on the arcade hardware that powered Radiant Silvergun. Again, the Sega STV. There's actually a bunch of STV games that were ported to Saturn. Yeah, they share... Saturn and STVs share very similar hardware. Okay. It'd be sweet if you actually got lives in this game. Instead of just, like, 1 credit and you're done, or 1 life bar and you're done. I loved this part in the movie.
Killed them yet? Police are moving in. Now get to the lobby.
Well, this guy wasn't in the movie either, nor was a president's daughter.
Why isn't that safe open yet? Where is that girl? Just find her.
I like that it tracks your playtime. 6 minutes and 53 seconds. Great, they can shoot me from the ground. That's fantastic. God, man, I told you I'm terrible at this game. And I'm sure most people are, but still. It is extremely janky. It doesn't feel very responsive, which is one of the big problems with it. I can imagine there's people that have 1cc'd this game, but it is, yeah, I don't know. He headbutt her. Oh, I was looking at chat. Death by belly flop. 90s Gaming Guy says, I recently bought a gray slate wired Saturn Model 2 controller made by Retrobit. Yeah, that's a good controller. I have one of their black ones. It's very high quality. The micro switches on the button, on the the shoulder keys are different. Other than that, it's basically the same as the original. It's great. Man, screw this guy. I want to fight that giant eel in the background.
It's taking you so long to get rid of those SWAT guys.
Have I seen or tried Castlevania Revamped? I've seen it, but I haven't tried it, no. Looks okay. Oh, there we go. Ah. Wonder how I reliably do throws, because that could be interesting for crowd control. Oops. I guess there's like no way to block in this game either. Because that would probably help things a little bit. Yeah, the thing about those ROM sites is like, you know, the second they shut down one, or not necessarily shut down, or have their ROMs removed from one, like another site will pop up with them. But there's other means to get the games. You can torrent, you can go to archive.org. There's ROM sites from other countries that Nintendo, those companies won't go after. It's just... But actually, that's been a pretty traditional thing for ROM sites for a long time, is not hosting stuff by, say, Nintendo. You know, going all the way back to the 90s. I think it's a lot of gamers out there are younger, and they don't know that this has been like a... This has been a thing for a long time. It's not anything new. I've never even heard of this Vin site. Like, that's news to me. I'm like... I'd be very interested to, like, see someone play this game that actually knows what they're doing. Because I am really struggling with this like crazy. The gameplay is so unbelievably stiff. We had, what, 14 credits when we started? We've used 11 of them. So I can duck and punch, apparently. Yeah, I agree, Desan. It's not fun getting those ISOs, and I actually need to take those and back them up to, like, multiple devices, because I don't want to have to do that again in the future. It took forever to get the Satiator loaded up. And I don't even have everything that I want. I think there's still some stuff that I need to get. Aww. Yep, PC Engine CD took me forever when I got my Analog Duo. Because I didn't back those up. I had to re-download all of them. I was like, oh no. It was like a several day process. Because I had downloaded most of them to burn CDRs a long time ago, but I didn't save them. So when the Duo came out, Analog Duo came out, I had to re-download all of them. Yeah. Hey, that's what I gotta be doing. Desan says, I would happily pay for the ROM from the source. You know, I wouldn't, because, like, I've already bought most of this stuff over and over again. I'd like to have the option to, at least. You know, we're talking stuff that's 30 years old in a lot of cases. I mean, I actually really think that's a good idea, though, Desan, is, Sega should take all their games, Sega CD, Saturn, Dreamcast, all the games that at least they have full rights to, and make them available online. Be like, here, give us a couple bucks for each one. Just a couple bucks. You know? I think they could actually make a little bit of money from that, not a lot. And then if people download the ISOs, it's like download the ISOs elsewhere and don't pay them, they can just be like, yeah, whatever. Games are 30 years old now. We don't care that much. But if you make it available, make it affordable, and I can't imagine it really costing that much to run, because, like, you literally just rip the original disc. Hopefully Sega would still have those in some office somewhere, or some safe somewhere, or some office cabinet, I don't know. Maybe they don't. But, you don't have to really test anything. Just, just rip the ISO and provide it online. And sell it online. Yeah, that's kind of how I am too, Design. I don't really have a need for mini consoles. I mainly have them now just for, like, streaming on YouTube. But like my Genesis Mini 2 I bought back in December, like I plan on selling that. I just don't have a need for it. I've got multiple Sega CDs, multiple Genesis consoles. I got the analog Mega SG. It was a novelty. It was a fun stream. People got to see it. But I don't need it. So... Oh, liberal arts guy, all you do is you just have a CD drive, put the disc in the drive, load up image burn, and you can just rip an ISO, or make an ISO from that. It's super easy. Sega could pay some you know, schlub teenager to come in and just put CDs and disc drives all day and make ISOs. And then they can post them online and just, you know, make a storefront for it, and... Yeah, they could even charge, like, $5 or $10 for each one. I bet you people would still buy them. You know? Why can he block, but I seemingly can't? And I will never find out, because I can't continue. But yeah, that's interesting, Dasan. You actually got me really thinking about that. I was like, huh, I wonder why more, like, companies that had content, you know, had consoles back in the day, don't do that.
We got a bandit terrorist that has seized control of the building.
Given how,
They're holding 30 hostages inside, including the president's daughter. I repeat, they have the president's daughter.
given how big the retro gaming scene is these days, you would think that there'd be a big enough market for it. You know, and it's kind of a way of, like, giving these retro gamers a way to, like, legally support or legally obtain these games via ISO to load up on ODEs and stuff like that, or emulators. You can use it in a software emulator. There's plenty of Saturn emulators out there now. Ace, yeah, I thought that would have been a good idea too, but the thing about that is, like, they would have had to include, like, SD card slots, you know, so you could expand your storage, but also, because, like, the internal storage is very limited on those mini consoles. My satiator is not loading. I'm going to have to, pull the satiator out of the back of the console real quick. I don't think it's ever too late, though, Dasan. Like, if they made their games available, or gave people the option to, like, you know, buy their games, they might already have the ISOs, but maybe they'd still give them money, you know, just so they don't have a guilty conscience. I don't know, it's just an idea. I thought it was a good idea, actually. And then just don't care if people end up pirating anyway. At least you've made it available, and... But I think the thing is, like, even if they did do that, they would probably make them care more about pirating, because a lot of these companies are just super greedy. What, we didn't sell the game to you a 7th time? You're the devil. You're not allowed to play our games anymore. That is the thing that actually kind of like bugs me, rubs me the wrong way with, like, Nintendo, like, requesting these emulator sites to take their ROMs offline. I know they're fully in their right, because, you know, it is their properties. But on the same token, it's like I've purchased Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3, like, I swear, like half a dozen times a piece, probably. So that's probably an exaggeration, but I did buy them all on like the Wii Virtual Console. You know, I probably bought them on the 3DS and, you know, things like that. I bought Mario All-Stars on the Wii, which had the Super Nintendo Mario All-Stars or Mario All-Stars versions of those games. And it's like, hell, I think no, I didn't rebuy some of them on the Wii U. I did have to pay to upgrade them to the Wii U when I transferred all my Wii stuff over. But it's just like, come on, Nintendo. I'm paying for your Switch Online service, mostly to get those games again. It's like, do you really care at this point? You know, a lot of us have already paid for those games over and over and over again. Not to mention paying full price for all of them back in the day. What I'm going to try here is try playing another beat 'em up, and it's going to be either equally as jank or even more janky. But it's at least 2D. Funny enough, this was also a Sega STV arcade game. Oh, that's true, Liberal Arts Guy. And actually buying Mario All-Stars on the SNES. I really hope I don't get copyright claimed for this. Winners don't use drugs or play this. It's just a bunch of stills. Man, that's super exciting. Loading. Okay. Wait, so there's a separate load screen? There's 2 load screens. Okay. Indeed, it is Liberal Arts Guy. It was also, I think, ported to the PlayStation. I don't know if there are any major differences. Welcome back, Savvy. But yeah, it was also an arcade game. Difficulty's easy. You want to place bets on whether it's actually easy? It's probably not easy. Okay. A's jump, B's kick, C's punch. Wow, that's weird. Alright. What do you guys not understand about it was an arcade game? Why would it be the Super Nintendo and Genesis version in the arcade? It's not even by the same developer. I don't... Actually... I think Iguana didn't do the SNES and Genesis version. I don't think they did. I hope they didn't. No, it doesn't matter. Well, animation's not bad, actually. It would definitely look good on an arcade CRT. Yes, this is the arcade game. Yep. It was on the Sega Titan video game system. Or just Sega Titan video system, I think? Arcade hardware. The same hardware that Die Hard Arcade was on, actually. And Radiant Silvergun. And Virtua Fighter Remix. And Shinryu. And a lot of other stuff. I also have really no idea what I'm doing. I have played this a couple times before, but I usually lose interest like almost right away because it's hard to tell what's going on. Bat Bola. What the? I don't even see that. I'm Tiny Batman. Like, this game is just so unhinged. I think I died? Wow, really? Trying to figure out how that power-up system works. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's just like mash buttons and crazy stuff happens.
Highest combo. Hero bonus. Chromebuster bonus. Super knockout bonus. That's in the bonus.
Okay. I wasn't listening.
Double damage.
Okay. I guess that's like a perk I get. Yeah, it's like oh my god! You take away so much health. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm just a little confused about, like... I noticed on the first level I went into this, like, super mode a couple times, and I thought it was based on my purple meter, and it just doesn't seem like it's doing that. Yeah, see, there it is. Maybe once you're at meter level 3, like, you don't... No, I don't know, man. Oh, and I missed the health upgrade. If anyone really knows how to play this game, feel free to chime in, but something tells me that none of you guys know how to play this game either. Oh, you can press like up, down, forward.
Round score. Highest combo. Hero bonus. Chromebuster bonus. Super knockout bonus. That's in the bonus. Riddler bonus.
Okay, I'm still confused. I wonder if information on those icons is in the instruction manual. Oh, I think up plus punch uses your power up. Okay. No, it doesn't. Okay, so you can block. Sort of? Doesn't even tell me how many credits I have. Did I just corner him? Alright, see you, Dasan. Thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. What did you expect, Mario? It's an obscure game. Of course it's expensive. Everything's expensive these days. Hell, even some common games are expensive now. It's crazy.
Super grapple.
Super grapple. If only I actually knew how to do the grapple and not, you know, do it accidentally. Okay. Oh, that's some... Holy crap, that's an actual polygon, I think. That's interesting. Like, I don't know how to actually activate my specials. Like, I've got a batarang. I don't know how to use it. Yeah, check that out. That's an actual polygonal object. That's pretty cool. Oh, you have to save those for the helicopter. That's why. Okay. And dead again. I feel like you can interrupt their attacks by blocking, so I have to get into a better habit of doing that. This game's crazy. It is. It seems like it's very difficult to get a handle on it.
Total weapon power.
What? Two-Face. Oh, great. He's in the foreground. Okay, so things like grapple, that just happens. If you pick up the power-up, then you use it right away. That's it. At least if you press punch. Because I don't think they activate if you press kick. Jeez. Dude, why do they have so many iframes? Okay. I have no idea what just happened. Like, I'm not even hitting these guys. Like, what the hell? This is like the Sega CD Bram Stoker's Dracula of beat-em-ups.
Ground school. Power sustain.
This game seems impossible. Dude, what the hell is going on here? I mean, I guess you have to get behind him. But his movement is so erratic. I wonder if there's a manual scan of this. It looks like there is. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the easy difficulty mode, I believe. It says set number of continues from 3 to 7. I did. I feel like we've already continued 7 times. Maybe this is the 7th one. Combo power meter, power level, health, lives. Hold on, I'm looking at the manual right now. Gadget counter, yeah, I figured all that out. Combo power meter, plus spectacular combination attacks when the combo meter is full. Collect power-ups to increase the meter. Okay. Power level indicates what the current power level of your gadgets is. The higher the number, the more damage gadgets and attacks do. Lives, blah, blah, blah. Power-ups. Bat signal pad. This deploys Batman gadgets into the game area. See gadgets for information, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Two-Face Yin Yang. This has good or evil effects depending on which side of the coin the player touches. Effects include health restoration and temporary invincibility, among other surprises. The Riddler. This is a mystery pickup which will randomly have one of the following effects: invisibility, invulnerability, instant hologram mode, or instant VR mode. Okay, so when you pick those icons at the end of the level, they have different properties. So Crime Buster is the player who defeats the most enemies earns a Crime Buster bonus. When triggered, this grants you the player's sustained high power levels. You can't sink below it. This means you can pull out just about any combo without having to collect a power up. Okay. Hero bonus, the player with the most gadgets on an enemy, blah, blah, blah. Triggered would give you a random extra gadget. Okay, the Riddler one is trigger it to get either invisibility or invulnerability. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff here that just doesn't really... Okay, let's see if there's anything regarding controls. Oh! There are advanced combinations. Quarter circle forward punch is an uppercut. Quarter circle forward kick is a sliding foot sweep. Okay. That's for Batman. Now it's going over like the various gadgets and stuff, which is, yeah, I already know about that. And I think that's it. So I didn't know about the special moves though, so I'm gonna try that. What's actually funny is it says nothing about blocking. It doesn't say that you can block, even though you can block. Wow. But it does tell you how to quit and return to the main menu. You hold down start and the A, B, and C buttons simultaneously. Typical Saturn soft reset thing. Oh, apparently there are more combinations, like special moves, and you have to figure those out yourself. Great. Fantastic. Ow. Riddle me this! Yep, that's it. That was, I guess, our 7th credit. Oh, what a mess of a game. Holy crap. I can't even imagine getting good at that game. Kind of like Bram Stoker's Dracula and Sega CD, I do have a morbid curiosity about it and a morbid desire to continue playing, but... Ugh. There's some good animations right there, at least. Alright, I've got to look up some video of the PlayStation version. Do I want to save the high scores? Probably not. But let's check out the PS1 version. Yeah, it looks very similar to the Saturn one. Doesn't really look all that much different. So it seems like there's like this weird glowy dash move, which I did it multiple times by accident. I wonder if that's like something I should be using regularly. Wow. It's actually really interesting that the PlayStation port is so close to the Saturn one. Also, we were only halfway through the game, by the way. This game is almost an hour long. That's insane. I can't imagine like one credit clearing this game. I can't imagine. Oh man. All right. I'm trying to debate on whether I want to keep playing games. It seems like chat has quieted down a little bit. We got a lot of people kind of just watching in the background. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I really want to play. It is late. I worked all day and it's 1 a.m. my time. We've been streaming for 5 hours now, so... You know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and just get out of here. I'd like to keep it going, but like I said, it's late. Chat's kind of slowed down and I'm tired, so it's been a long day. I've been doing more like streams on work days which is kind of unusual for me. I typically will stream like on a day off, and but yeah, like all this past week, like I think we did Dark Souls 3 last Sunday, but then like parts 2 and 3 we did just on work nights for me. So this past week, and same with tonight. Today was a work day, so but my weekend does start now. Unfortunately, I've got Pinball League Monday and Tuesday, so you guys probably won't see me stream then. Maybe I'll do a stream tomorrow. I'm not sure. I do need to work on some dedicated playthroughs. I still have the AVS out, practicing, you know, to practice NES games and whatnot. Yeah, it was still a fun stream though. Like we played some pretty cool stuff. I got to show off some cool stuff, and hold on a second. Milo, what are you doing, dude? Milo, what did you... Oh, that was you, Patchouli. Oh, Patchouli was... Okay. Sorry, I got both my cats in here. They're getting my attention as well. They're like, hey, please love us. We're kitties. And we've been sleeping for 5 hours. Now it's time to bug you. But yeah, no, it was a fun stream. I got to show off some interesting stuff. Like, you know, like a lot of you guys were actually surprised about Batman Forever, the arcade game. So that's kind of cool. I got to show off something you guys weren't really aware of. And we got to play some Sega Rally, Radiant Silvergun. We got to do a Richter run on Saturn Symphony of the Night. That was pretty cool. And completed Panzer Dragoon. And yeah. If it was a little bit earlier and I had more energy, I'd actually play a couple more shmups because I'm definitely in that kind of mood right now. But yeah, still a fun stream overall. So thanks guys for hanging out. I do appreciate it. Thanks to everyone that did super chats and stuff. Oh, no one did super chats tonight. But Jason joined up as a member. So thank you very much, Jason, for joining up as a channel member. Yeah, there you go. Spamming those emotes. That's what I love to see. It's one of the perks for being a member. I do, you know, like seeing those emotes being used. So, here, I'll use a couple right here too. So, yeah, fun stuff. But thanks again, Jason. Much appreciated. And, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. I don't think I've really got any other updates or anything. Like I said, I just need to work on more dedicated playthroughs so I can get some more quick plays out for you guys. And I might try to do a couple more like backer only videos, just really simple stuff where I just like talk about some console hardware or something, but we will see. But alrighty guys, have a good night. I'll see you guys soon. Until the next one, take it easy.